Hello and welcome back to Fate Grand Order. I'm Luce and, well, part 2 of the story has dropped, and you know what that means. We got a preview of what's to come in 10 days, and we don't have a lot of time to prepare. I must say, the storyline has genuinely surprised me for quite a while now. Oh, and can't help but be excited for where it goes next. But for now, let's head back to some life at Chichen Itza. Oh hey, I'm standing here with Gordolf. I guess we do have to explain. Welcome, Chaldeans. Everyone here at Chichen Itza is thrilled to have you. I know you're here for personal reasons, and that you don't mean any of those living in Mictlan any harm. How did I know that? Well, I've been listening in on you all from the start. Hear that? These people are not our enemies. I, Kukulkan, teachings of the sun declare the Dinos shall treat them all as friends. So it's like that, guess I got even more dead weight to carry now. Well, Cub, issue a decree permitting the Dinos to discuss proper human history with the Chaldeans. Right to say they are a friendly species, and far more like Dinos than the Oslame. Well, with all due respect, these people are obviously Oslame in the ways that matter. I would go as far as to say they might be even worse. They're obviously the same species of the Crypto who brought his wicked culture here. Oh, if they're the same species of the Crypto, they know about all kinds of civilizations and plenty of other naughty things. But it's also not fair to Mexico City to receive the benefits. But it's also not fair for Mexico City to receive the benefits of foreign culture while Chichen Itza goes without, correct? I'm sure the Dinos will take this opportunity to learn, and not just about good things, but bad things as well. It's okay, Volkob. Dinos are smart. They're not about to change their entire way of life over this. Chaldea's values can just be the cherry on top, so to speak. This may be the most exciting development for them since corn on the cob. Very well, Lady Kulkan. I shall do as you say. Hello, Vaja. Welcome to the stream. He wasn't even trying to hide his hostility there. Hey, may I say something now? Alright, you're Chaldea's representative. Fine, keep it quick. Very well. First of all, I want to thank you for your hospitality. Though proper human history and the Lostbelt are generally at odds, right now we share a common enemy in I was uninterested in your justifications as I am in your flat. I am as uninterested in your justifications as I am in your flattery. I told you, be quick. Even had the Oslame never appeared, we would still not see proper human history as our enemy. That irritating woman called you friends, and that's good enough for the Dinos. Now, what is it that you need? I can see clearly your ship's a complete wreck. Sorry, our resident god doesn't know how brutishly strong she is. I'm guessing her rough handling left some of your crew pretty banged up. You may use the human medical instruments I had made for me. If you need more, I'll have the priests increase production. Really? Well, now that you mention it, you do look human yourself. Well, for one thing, may I ask, what sort of relationship do you have with Tezcat? Because from where we stand, both the Tezcatlapolca of the city and you, the king of dinosaurs, would seem to be the same god from proper human history. Nothing to worry about there. Yeah, we're both Tezcatlapolca, but that doesn't make us friends. Gods have multiple aspects, you see. Ours just happen to exist separately. You're a mage, you should understand what I'm getting at. Does that mean he's a different one from the one David summoned, a rogue servant? Perhaps? It is said Tezcat had multiple divinities, so I suppose his story would make sense if he was one of them. Yeah, we've had 3 so far, or at least 3 who claim to be Tezcatlipoca. What else? Can you repair the ship yourselves? Yes, we can, but we could certainly use helping other materials. Do you have any you could spare? Aha! You like that one, didn't you? You must be a terrible poker player. You do realize the commander of an army shouldn't just leave the first piece offered to them, correct? And I don't mind seeing people so desperate, especially you guys usually do all they can to hide how they feel. Tepu's with you. Alright. Correct? Alright, I'll lend you some dinos and you can serve as a go-between. You should ask the other dinos for help with materials you need as well. You'll finish a lot faster that way. From proper human history's perspective, Mictlan's a damn treasure trove of resources. You won't have any trouble finding whatever you need here. I see. Well, thank you once again, King of Dinosaurs. how much are we gonna have to pay? You're not gonna demand we offer one of us a sacrifice, do ya? Well, it made all of them laugh. Why are they laughing? Is it because I nailed it? Their culture is just so different I can't tell at all. What do you think, King? Should we take him up on his offer and sacrifice? What, you visit Mexico City once and now you've gone full carnivore? Fine, fine. Liver's an acquired taste. But it's still great. I prefer my meat raw. Since you're just starting out, you should cook yours. Getting the runs would make for a legend that spread throughout Mictlan like wildfire. Imagine it, the mighty Kuklan holed up in the bathroom for hours on end, full of vulgarity on display. Well, that's never gonna happen, because I'm not gonna eat meat. Besides, the sun should never hide, no? No self-respecting god would block off a cave with a boulder so she could hide on it for personal reasons. Alright, the, Amaterasu legend. Huh, I would have expected Himiko to show up instead, but then again, I guess they're both, I guess both are technically Amaterasu in a couple different ways. Basically, Himiko and Tammo no Mai are from two different interpretations of how the Amaterasu myth worked. Since in some cases, she's, basically just an ascended human. The human leader, Himiko, ascended to godhood by the people who lionized her, and others, she was a proper divinity who took many forms over the years, decades, probably centuries by that point. Possibly even millennia, actually. I appreciate the offer, Gordolf, but we don't need a sacrifice. We're not making a deal. We're helping you away anyone in Mictlan would, so please don't be afraid to ask the Dinos to help. Yeah, if you people really want to repay hospitality, the best you can do is fix your ship and get out of here as soon as possible. We don't need you fighting a crypt or anywhere near here. Cleaning this place after a battle will be a major hassle. Alright, we're done here, yeah? We've exchanged pleasantries and everything, so get back to your crew. I never waste time. You gotta make sure your memories are as meaningful as they can be. Aw, you're so earnest, King. Alright, I'll let you handle the Solar Siorn on your own now. So what, you're going with the Chaldea? Suit yourself. Besides, you being here wouldn't make my job easier. At least this way you'll be out of my hair. Thanks for signing off, King. Alright, let's get back to the border. That's where we'll find Mash and President, Kodak, and the others, right? Ooh, this is gonna be fun. I can't wait to speak to them in person. Turns out repairs are a lot easier when you can have magic help. Oh, you're back to how'd the audience go? Great, we got permission to stay and promise for help with the repairs. That's great news. Now we can finally catch our breath. Though having said that, we still have a ton of work ahead. I've been going through reports of your activity since we arrived, and there's way too much about this place that doesn't make sense. The Lostbelt's prime species, the Dinos, Kukulkan, the god they worship, and the only one to exist in all of Mictlan. And then there's the Tezcatlipoca who attacked the Storm Border. Chichen Itza's King of Dinosaurs says he's Tezcatlipoca as well. But we can set that aside for now. Yeah, he's as well, but he's also pretty clearly not... He's Tezcat as well, but he's clearly not our enemy. No, our problem here is David and the one that's his servant. Yeah, especially since apparently he's a grand of some kind. That's a much bigger deal. There's also the Oslame, who believe in Aztec mythology. The Aztec mythology David and Tezcat have been spreading in Mexico City where they all live. Apparently, ORT's gonna put on an appearance sometime in the near future. On top of all that, the Storm Border needs extensive repairs. Okay, yeah, this is probably a, the first half of the story dropped just as the, year ended back in December, so... but it's now mid-January at time of streaming that the second part dropped, so... They definitely needed this recap to remind us where we all are. They did the same thing with Lostbelt 6, since that one was split into 3 parts. And so if someone had did the first part immediately when it dropped, and the others later, it would have been a bit confusing. Hello, difference. I mean, there's a handful that do eat people. I mean, one major enemy in Lostbelt 6 was all about that. Also, the tag is usually, from what I've seen, the tag is usually used for networking more than relevance sometimes. I actually recall, this is completely anecdotal, but more than a few times I've gone through the Vortag, taken a look through everyone currently streaming. A lot of them were just, some of them were just generic stuff like Fortnite or whatever. I don't know if that has Vor in it, but By and large, most of them just didn't seem to have it as a major theme. It just seemed to be something they were into or brought up here and there. And some, of course, had some emotes or something themed around it. I've seen a decent amount. It's also where I got one of the ideas for my own. So yeah, I won't say it's not irrelevant for this game, because there's definitely been a handful of characters that attempt that. Enemies, characters, well, sometimes enemies. What do you mean networking? Focus groups? By networking, I mostly mean finding other people with similar interests, I guess is the best way to put it. Because like I said, it doesn't... And even when I've checked the tag, followed the tag myself, I haven't found too many that were actually in the middle of a game specifically about Vor. Sometimes it had Vor in it, but by and large, it just seemed to be people into it for easier finding other people, I guess. I could just take it off, but I forget, if we're honest. Yeah, like for some VNs and stuff, like when I did No-Show last year, I did mean to... That is a joke that's done here and there, yes. I've had some freaked out by it, which is understandable, I guess. So I try not to hide what kind of stuff I like. Although, again, you'd be surprised how much more common it is than you might think. Something wrong, miss. You look as though this entire world displeases you. Now that the commander and the master have returned from the altar, shouldn't you, their ruler, offer a word of encouragement? Ah, yes, but there's no need to do it now, right? They don't seem injured or anything. How about a presidential declaration to the rest of the staff? I'll call you very much. We're looking forward to that. Watching from a distance doesn't seem like you. Have you had a change of heart, perhaps? For example, do you really remember who you really I'm guessing it's supposed to be who you really are instead of who really care. And what if I do? It doesn't matter. I'm still not much as Ingle AU closer to remember anything about myself. I see a pity, but if it's true, you should have no difficulty joining the conversation. Are you sure you don't want to give a rousing speech? I guarantee you that Kukulkan has taken over the coveted position of most powerful fighter. I understand your reluctance, as that position is your entire purpose in life. It's not a competition. Now shut up. And then there's the problem what to do about those two, you, Olga Maria, and Rasputin. Well, actually, it's Kirei, but he's still trying to pretend he's Rasputin. I think it depends on where you are and what kind of groups you go to. Like, I remember... Like, DeviantArt, I know, has one of those things where it found the most common tags, and inflation was up there, but, like, if you went to, like, For Affinity or something, it was actually Vor that was at the top. And, of course, individual friend groups have particular focuses, one that's more common than others, so... It's hard to say, honestly. That also reminds me that it's a kind of a shame that art sites dedicated art sites like those are kind of on the downswing. And yeah, for a lot of those, it's for a lot of things. Like, for Affinity, the owner died a bit ago, and so they're struggling to keep it together. And DA has gotten a lot of weird press, but the thing that seemed to get everyone going was when they mandated the AI art be allowed and be used for reading from other stuff on there, so a bit weird. But at the same time, while I have been able to follow artists through other means, like Tumblr and Twitter has been around for artists for use for ages. The problem with those are, well, it's nice to discover artists you might not have found otherwise. If you're after anything specific, certain characters, certain subjects, certain themes, that's a lot harder. You can't just search, because not everyone tags their work there, and if they don't tag it, you'll never find it. And I can't tell you how many artists I run into straight up don't tag anything. And since people can't add tags on themselves, it's hard to add it. Also, I have no idea how to act around them. Kirei in particular I can't ever forgive, but saying that's not around. Yeah, Kirei was the one who killed Da Vinci and forced her to take on her new body, which is a lot younger and not as powerful as her older form, or so she claims. So, she may have lost her memories, but you, Olga Maria, is still the foreign god. In the end, or really from start to finish, she's the clearest enemy we have. With Sherlock Holmes gone for the time being, it's my job to serve as both technical and administrative advisor, and speaking in both capacities, I just don't think we can trust her lightly, or at least we shouldn't consider her a dependable fighter. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter how many times she's helped you, or even that she saved us in Mexico City. So, just because she's helping doesn't make us a true ally? Essentially, yes. Believe me, I wish we could rely on her, but Holmes was always the one who handled these tricky situations before, so without him here... What about Koyanskaya? She's fine, we don't have to worry about her. Trismegius already concluded she's a servant on Chaldea's side, that is, humanity's. Anyway, for the time being, the rest of the staff inside the storm borders recuperating from the shock of being shaken around by crazy when Kukulkan schlepped the border here. That includes Minere too, Dang, Minere's really made of tough stuff, given he survived being shot in the head and chest. As a result, we fortunately haven't been able to take a vote on you, Olga Maria. I'll explain to everyone once they've recovered from the motion sickness. When I do, even if one of them feels like they can't accept her, I plan to respect that. Are you two okay with that? I guess I don't really have much choice there. I understand. I think we need unanimous approval. I have no problem with that. Well, if you're all okay with that, I have no objections either. Regardless of who that so-called President of Earth truly is, the fact of the remains, she looks just like Olga Marie. I wasn't here for the Phineas Chaldea days, so I cannot imagine how the staff who were must feel about this. So it would be foolish of me to use my authority to shut them down on the grounds we need all the help we can get right now. So if any staff on the border, starting with Minere, say they refuse to accept you, Olga Marie's help, that'll be the end of it as far as I'm concerned. And now, having said that, Homeland, Octavia, Chin, Kana, Elron, Marcus, every one of them is a veteran. They've all been through hell and lived the tale. So while they may not be thrilled, I'm confident they won't think twice about bringing an old enemy or two in the fold. Yeah, you're right. We do seem to be doing the Dragon Ball thing of having a lot of former enemies join us, one way or another. Excuse me, are you finished with your little discussion? I'm sorry to interrupt. I was keeping my distance and it seemed you were dealing with a number of interpersonal issues, but I feel the need to speak up for the dinos behind me start getting out of hand. Good day, and you must be Da Vinci, correct? I'm Tepu. I met these two in the first stratum, and I've been accompanying them since. And the dinos behind me are... That's right, it's us! Your dependable, locally sourced labor! The Denichus Brothers 11! But there's only 8 of them. Death Rolling, what are you doing here? Are you out on a run? Nah, big sis, this isn't about Zocta practice. Master Tepu asked us to come repair your ship. Oh, I see, thank you. Oh, it's good to see you guys again. You're gonna be a huge help. Right, real talk. I've never been anything heavy, never carried anything heavier than a Zocta ball before, but we'll manage. That they will, because I'll be managing them. The brothers are all very fast runners, and I'm going to have them secure and transport resources. We'll make sure you have all the materials you need, so you can simply focus on making repairs. Oh, hello? Are you not getting enough sunlight? Technical advisor, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Sores, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs! What an explosion of artistic masterpieces. I can't believe it. The dinos really are dinosaurs. They're incredible. I want to touch them. Whoa, personal space, Da Vinci. Sorry about that. I only just woke up, so I'm a little wonky. I'm Leonardo da Vinci, the resident engineer, and you must be Tepu, the dinos who's been helping the master. Pleased to meet you. The dinosaur brothers are all tired out from our cuddle attack. Pleasure's mine. Now, on the subject of repairing your ship, I'm afraid we can't be much direct help since we don't understand the shipwreck's construction. But if you tell us what resources you require, we can gather them for you easy enough. You're also very welcome to stay at my house if any of you wish to spend the night in the city. You're our guests, and we're very happy to give you whatever welcome we can. No way, that's awesome. I want to check out the big Dino City. Oh, but, only to increase my understanding. Yeah, that's right. We need to know everything about the history and culture. Yes, so if it's no trouble, not at all. We'd be thrilled to have your company. Having the opportunity to talk to a sage of human history is a genuine miracle. Oh, there is also something we need to do first. I'm sure you need a few days to finish your repairs, so if you need to secure your safety by eliminating the carnivorous insects and beasts of the area. Oh, carnivorous insects. Hearing that makes me want to pack them and go home. I feel it in my bones. Master, Nidocris and Demo are still recovering, so I want you two to handle this. Yes, sir. That won't be a problem. We encountered these creatures several times already. Come, Master, the two of us alone should be able to... Kukulkan? Gonna try to see if the beasties might bother you, huh? I'm coming with, in that case. I set the ship down here to begin with, plus I'm wanting to see how you guys fight. Etiquette isn't my strong suit, but I hope you don't mind if I fight alongside you, regardless. Ah! Of course it's forcing me to put MASH here. Let's see, what's here? Put a saber here, so let's bring Lakshmi by. Actually, I probably need a support, don't I? Castor or Tori is probably not a bad option. Could bring OG Saber. No, I don't have. No, I mean, Castor's. Scotty, I mean. OG Saber, I don't have here, it looks like. Lakshmi Bai. There we are. And someone else. Maybe an assassin? Yes. Yeah, the Summer Valkyrie should be good. Skogul. Let's go. It's not about to crash again, is it? Weird. Oh, I see. The date rolled over. Oops. Because the date rolled over, it forced me to leave and collect my login stuff. Of course, it reset everything, didn't it? VR MASH. They won't let me check to see what Kukulkan's NP is. That is mildly a pain, but whatever. I could also bring Assassin here. I don't need Castoria for this. I can do this with just basic attack cards. Alright, I should have more than enough to get through this.
Support system 40% カット。運動性問題ありません。
What's the NP? Oh, impact. NP sealed. Interesting.
了解。ブーストストライクどれ？これでどうだ？バーニア突撃します。ターッ
Anti-enforcement defense. Change invincible effect to Ansa. And when hit, apply to yourself. A teaching the sun. Let's go here.
ソレルミサイルマヤパンチ痛いな。
No effect. Debuff immune. Alright, let's do it this way to get the NP up.
翡翠出し落とはっはっそりゃこれならどうですね最後はやっぱり全身で
Wait, what's this? You can choose to expend seat 10 stars. I see.
見られてますね
Ah, neat. Cannot use Noble Phantasm.
ナイスマヤパンチ
Oh, wow.
ビームです痛いな時短装填済みですスライ
I'll
ド
do this to get the Scoldol's NP up.
攻撃攻撃
She uses Urs as a nickname to shorthand it. Come on.
うんやったーソレルミサイルよそ見全身です風やり 準備いいですか戦闘同士両方断層交換入力を確認
Let's do
防
this
具
way.
展開準備
Darn, not enough damage. Oh well.
支援要請支援要請趣味じゃないんだけど全同意体完全防御ワルキューレ鋭く冷たく止めないでね僕に言った
90% crit.
ソレルミサイルよそ見
There we are. We got it.
僕に了解した僕に言った
Brave Chain should shred all those defensive stacks.
攻撃攻撃おー
Assassins have a 10% penalty to their attack stats for just being an assassin, and I genuinely don't know why. I think the original idea was that they'd be relying on crits more than raw damage, but that still doesn't make any sense because the crits aren't actually all that damage. Charisma of the Jade. Alright, let's go here.
ソレルミサイル攻撃攻撃おーこれが3カウントなしのノックアウトちょっと癖になりそうです
Oh, it's still loading. I don't know why it's been doing that each time. That means I'm gonna have to edit the VOD again to... Well, There's a reason I have to, and those who are aware know, and those who don't, well, I can't explain it without giving away the thing that makes it relevant. Alright, looks like we're back. Alright, let me grab some of my drink. Alrighty. I'll grab those later. Alrighty. Too long. Okay, so I'm meeting for the first time, so let me introduce myself. I'm Leonardo da Vinci. I can think of me a peerless genius who can do anything that sets our mind to. I'm not, of course, a caster servant. I'm told you're the dinos who got to the border while I was recovering. For that, you have my thanks. I was once Pharaoh, though briefly. As such, I always repay my debts in full. What are you talking about? All I do is chase off you, Acclame. Everything is such a big deal, you guys. Worry less, you'll just wear yourselves out. I see you're as strong of body as you are of heart, Wak-chan. You're an admirably altruistic Dinos. You think? What's an altruistic? I guess I'll go next. I'm Scion, one of Chaldea's allies. Thank you for rescuing us, I appreciate it. Tezcatlipoca gave us some questionable herbs to put us to sleep, so I don't recall what happened. It sounds like you went through quite the ordeal. You'll have to tell me about it later. Huh? Is this all there is? Where's everyone else? The Nemo's staying on the border since it's built on top of the Nautilus. Captain Nemo is simply moving away is enough to dramatically decrease its functionality, so he's staying behind to get it back up and running as soon as possible. And the staff members' rooms are intact, so they prefer to rest there. As for Commander Gordolf... Chichen Itza, City of Dinos. Normally I'd only let field operatives go somewhere like that, but I see you have your heart set. Alright, you have my permission. Me, of course not. I never set anywhere so dangerous I could possibly help it. You've seen Wak-chan yourself, right? He may be nice and understanding, but his abilities are terrifying. Remember when he just casually swiped with his tail to shoot some insects and knocked over a tree that was over 10 meters tall? The city of Dinos may be a city of giants. Going to there as a tourist is a death sentence. Suffice to say, I am not setting foot. My personal room and the command room may be both under repairs at the moment, but fortunately, I'm already using the hangar as a temporary personal room. At this point, I'll gladly take the working air conditioning over anything else. I know what you mean. The heat here in Mictlan's been ridiculous. Just standing out in the jungles is enough to make me miss Russia's weather. Yeah, the Russian Lostbelt was pretty much a constant state of freeze. I don't know how the Master handles it. You're telling me? I read the report on the 6th singularity. And I suppose it weren't exaggerating about the heat in Jerusalem. It wasn't even this hot back when I attended a rally as a spectator. You're staying on the border too, Kadok? Did you know you don't have a room here, right? Yeah, I know. My cell's pretty much gone after the whole crash as well. But the Master said I could use his room as long as I liked in the meantime. Oh, so you two are staying, and I'll set up camp here as well. We may have gotten rid of the nearby hostile wildlife, but there's no telling when more Acclame may try to attack. And since I'm a Chaldean servant, it's only right I do my part to ensure your safety. So next time the Acclame show up, I'll pass out. Confiscate their guns to make sure they can't bother you again. I can't believe her. She's gonna collect the weapon she gave them and act like nothing happened. He said the commander's job to stay by and keep the border safe. Let's just keep it that. Oh, that's a good plan. The armor looks pretty tough. There's no telling what might happen at night. I think they're safer here than here in Chichen Itza anyway. Anyway, that went longer than planned, especially the pre-dinner greeting, but I'm done now. You spent a day getting rid of dangerous wildlife, so I'd like you to eat and get some sleep. And before we go to bed, is there anything you want to ask about Master? Well... I'm curious to know, Kukulkan, who has more authority, you or the King of Dinosaurs exactly? Huh? You mean I didn't tell you? Who has more authority? Oh, you want to know the chain of command? Yes, that is rather fuzzy. Yeah, I guess we could have put it as the chain of command, and that makes sense. Well, I could tell you who's stronger, but who's more authority? That I don't know. The King of Dinosaurs is in charge of all things having to do with Dino Society. His decisions for Chichen Itza always take priority. I'm more of a representative of order in Mictlan as a whole. You can even call me a translator of sorts. Oh, really? Because I saw records of what happened at the sacrificial altars and said you referred to yourself as Mictlan's creator. Oh, that's more of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I want to make myself look good in front of the bastard with the sunglasses. Besides, Mictlan's basically made up of Earth resources, so if anything, I'm kind of an outsider here. Oh, I know. I just kind of exist. Nobody asks anything of me, and I don't ask anything of anybody else. I heard that's what gods of proper human history are like. Is that the case? No, that's right. It's more transcendent to God's power, less involved they are with human society. That's what a god should be like, a being whose main purpose is to make people think that they exist. Natural phenomena aren't inherently good or evil. It's a human's job to decide which alignment a phenomenon falls under. So this means that you're under the deification of order. So I think what Da Vinci's trying to basically get at is that what people believe a god is shapes them to some extent. So this would mean that because she's believed to be the god of order, or in the Dino's mind, she creates it. Yeah, I think that's right. Though I couldn't tell you first imagine that. So in that case, why do you look like an ocelotl? Because I wanted to. I mean, not like it was anything as simple. Just because it's a disguise, yes. I copied the outfit and the style of proper human history to blend in better while in Mexico City. I see, a wise decision, as I would expect from you, Kukulkan. However, this is Chichen Itza, not Mexico City, so why not take it off? Besides, you never wore any clothing before. Yeah, it must be hot with that cloth covering you. How about you're not going nude? Wow, impressive. Nude? That would seem to make a great deal of sense for a god of Dinos. What do you think? Don't be ridiculous, Sile. No, Kukulkan, please. Keep wearing what you're wearing. It's a very punk rock. I mean, Desperado. Of course, though I do get the sense Desperado isn't entirely complimentary. Depends the context, I guess. And yeah, I imagine they were definitely going for a certain appeal by giving her the assless chaps. Okay, now we've all settled down. Let's talk about our schedule from tomorrow onward. Our main focus is still repairing the storm border, but to do that, we need to split up into two groups. One for procuring resources, one for making the repairs. Mash, I'd like you to assist Scion with looking over the computer room. Master, I'd like you to join the resource team and collect materials. If you need to go in the jungle, take Nitocris for protection. If you're going around Chichen Itza, Wak-chan will guard you instead. Sorry, I can't. I got important business to take care of. Oh, okay, sorry about that. In that case, I have no choice but take on the task of guarding you while we're shopping. Damn, what a pain that'll be. If it's just the two of you, you'll probably need a guide. I'll happily fulfill this role. You only need to ask. Chichen Itza is a peaceful city, but you never know what will happen. Thanks, Tepu, you're a great help. You know, I still have a lot of things I want to talk with you about. Okay, then, everyone off to bed. We got a busy day tomorrow. Oh, I saw Kirei leave, but not Olga. Guess we're gonna have another late night meeting. There's a time long before the present. Long before the Neogene, the Paleogene, Cretaceous, Jurassic, or Triassic periods. Our journey as a species began on the continent 300 million years ago. That's how this texture, this cosmic hypothesis, was programmed. Back then, there was only one continent. It was a new world, created when three smaller ones collided and fused together. The collision formed mountains, and the mountains formed air flows. The air flows begat rainy seasons, which produced many rivers and marshes. So many kinds of plants began to grow, and so great woodlands were born on this planet. The forests were made up of great ferns, 40 meters tall by your measurements. Those ferns were our vessels. They became a new society that kept us alive. The forests continued to grow. Without any natural predators, the insects evolved to become bigger and stronger, and finally became a form of life modern-day humans like yourselves could understand. Our species changed course to match the evolution of those life forms as well, and those ferns eventually returned to the ground. Much later in your time, what remained of them will become the coal you dug up and used. This is why your people call this particular time the Carboniferous period. The insects' time at the top of the food chain was short-lived. It wasn't long before vertebrates appeared. We still remember how astounded, overjoyed we were back then. Mouths with teeth, four sturdy limbs, heads that extended from the torso. Amnio, it's a new form of life similar to what you call lizards. It was clear to see they would become the Earth's dominant species. These creatures, born from amniotic eggs, eggs with a kind of membranous layer. These eggs were filled with an amniotic fluid, which would surround the young as they grew and developed. The method of procreation granted the youth protection from the outside world in the form of an egg itself. It was a far safer way of giving birth, one which had not yet been seen. Thanks to these eggs, these life forms no longer needed to remain in water to reproduce, and so life on land became viable. Over many years, they further divided into snipsids and sauropsids. The ones who survived extinction became the dinosaurs' ancestors. For 47 million years, they made this land their own personal paradise. Up to this point, everything had been the same as what transpired in your world. Here, though, is where our worlds diverge and Mictlan begins. 66 million years ago, this planet faced its third extinction level event. 81% of aquatic and 70% of land vertebrates died. In your time, this is where the world of the dinosaurs came to an end, but this is a Lostbelt. This is thanks to a tiny deviation in its path. The meteorite that had devastated Earth had arrived 250 years sooner. Instead of waiting for humans like you to appear much later, we chose the existing creatures to carry out the torch of life. We chose the prehistoric children who continue to live on this planet like you. So that was the divergence. And that was where my dream ended. That sounds a lot like lucid dream masters have as a result of synchronizing their minds with servants. The voice in your dream for that period, you must have been seeing a in the Carboniferous period. That must have been a Paleozoic era Earth. The Devonian period, Carboniferous period, and Permian period mark the end of the Paleozoic era. The Mesozoic eras of dinosaurs began when the Paleozoic era came to an end. You know why all the creatures died out? Yeah, MASH mentioned something called the Big Five, right? Yeah, exactly. The Big Five was an event that took place at the end of the Permian period. In the case of other mass extinction events, we know exactly what happened. The cause of the third one, however, is a bit unclear. Some believe it was simultaneous volcanic eruptions. Others say meteor impacts. Others blame the temperature increases from the sudden release of methane from ocean bottoms. If that mass extinction hadn't happened, life on this planet would likely have evolved very differently from what it is now. After that event, the Mesozoic, is when dinosaurs reigned supreme. It lasted for 180 million years, followed by the Cenozoic era, which began 66 million years ago and is still going strong. However, no heroic spirit could possibly have memories of that time. Well, I guess there might be an exception or two that happen to be around the Precambrian era, but as a general rule, human heroic spirits, by definition, all existed in the Cenozoic era. Yeah, Melusine is, actually the dragon Albion, so she was around from back then. The only being who could have possibly showed you anything like that is what the Mage Warcraft world calls an archetype. They're essentially like the planet's brain or memory. An archetype. I must say, proper human history tableware is wonderful. I'm especially fond of this cup. We use tableware as well, but we've never made so many varieties for different purposes. Oh, I see. This is what you call watering can. Interesting. Do you mind if I kept one as a sample? I can't wait to show our resident artisans. I bet they'd be impressed. They'll make in mass production in no time. Oh, I can see it now. The brand new type of cup made just for dinos. Drinky, no spilly. It's gonna be a huge hit. Oh, that's a watering can mash brought from the border. That's not what watering cans are meant to be used, but I guess it's fine. I guess even all their advanced knowledge, dinos don't bother with what seems unessential. But I can see you're not like the rest of them, Tepu. You're curious, extremely curious, are you not? You have the spirit of an adventurer. It means you've never forgotten what it's like to be a kid. You think so, Da Vinci? Tepu seems like one of the most mature people I've met. Oh, if you mean that I haven't matured mentally from a certain point in my life, you may be correct. I've never been good at simply accepting things around me as they are, without first giving them some thought. As I've told you before, I never quite fit in with dinos, which is why I went off to live on my own. Perhaps my thoughts are closer to people of proper human history than my own fellow dinos. At any rate, it's almost time for the sun to begin moving away from its altar, so we should begin repairing the border. Just to be sure, may I ask you what your immediate schedules are like? Of course, I'm gonna help Sayon in the border's control room, Habitrot's in her base, recharging her magical energy at the border. I'm gonna look around. Chichen Itza with you, Tepu. I heard you can get all kinds of rare ore around here. I'm going to be the master's escort. Also, Nima Baker asked me to get some ingredient rations from the jungle. You need a guide? The jungle is practically my backyard, so I know it really well. Why don't you come along, Madam President? I think she'd appreciate being called that. Ah, boom. Oh yeah. Oh good, I made it. Sorry about the busted wall. Guess it's a little late for that now, huh? Anyway, hope you can forgive me. After all, I came here on a mission. Yuo, come with me. There's a place I want to show you. I know you're gonna love it. Oh, you mentioned that yesterday, didn't you? Something about being a kind of place only powerful dinos could make that we all could make and never could. Alright, let's see this place. Sounds more interesting than fixing a ship. So there you have it, Master. I have plans. Too bad. And I guess she's an excuse to not be with us during these next stuff. You're here already, huh? We only just figured out what everyone's gonna work on. For some reason, the dinos are coming up and talking my ear off. They're really inquisitive and friendly, so there's not trouble. I'm just, you know, not sure how to handle. Right, Kadok doesn't exactly have social skills. Tapu, they're to gawk. If they're just here to gawk at us, I'd rather you have a keep their distance. I understand. This is fairly unusual for dinos, so it must be because of the King of Dinosaurs decree. The one permitting them to discuss proper human history? Yes, I believe they come to look for themselves now they have permission to do so. I have an idea. Would you be willing to talk with them when you're done work for the day? I believe that should satisfy their curiosity. What do you say, Master? Are you sure you want us to be the ones to handle that? I think it'd be much more productive coming from you or Scion. No, I think you two are the best choice. Don't you agree, Kukulkan? Yeah, I do. These dinos want to hear about proper human history and Lostbelts from people who've actually lived in those worlds, not from academics. True, there's a much... I guess that's also the kind of thing that bugged me about history class stuff. It will tell you about the society as a whole, but they don't go too much detail into how people lived on an individual basis. You have to do your own personal research to find into how day-to-day lives were lived. It's why even a simple question like, what did Genghis Khan have for lunch, or what did George Washington have for breakfast, that can result in a lot of deep dives onto research to find out what their everyday stuff was. Because again, it's pretty easy to find stuff that covers the broad strokes and overall whole nation, societies, and all that, but how an individual would go about their day, it's a lot rarer. I kind of want to hear them again. So where are you going to do this? I don't think there's a good spot. The other staff would be too scared. I mean, the dinos would be pretty intimidating first impression, right? So I think the staff's gonna need some time to get used to them. Good point. Why don't we have this get together at the shrine? I'll make sure the king agrees to it. And thank you for choosing your words so carefully, Kadok. I quite agree. I appreciate it. I was just telling the truth, that's all. Thanks for picking a place. Alright, we're off to the jungle to hunt beasts. We should look for animals with no toxins, correct? Yeah, the border's food reserves almost ran out while everyone was barricaded inside. Seems like it was so bad, the baker apparently started stirring an empty pot. Feel like she was doing something productive. So yeah, we definitely need to replenish our meat supply. If we can find fruit or spices, all the better. We should try the area near the Khan ruins. The trees should be plenty of what you're looking for. Come now, Master, let's go. But watch out, the turkeys are not to be trifled with. If you aren't careful, they might end up eating you instead. So the voice tag is already becoming relevant. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the support one for this. I should have probably leveled my own Nitocris, but at the same time, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal because Nitocris unfortunately doesn't have very many great skills. Pretty much all of them just make it easier for her instant kill thing to work. Oh right, I can't have too many casters because look at that. Well, I have a few things. I could bring an assassin to even things out. I could bring a Zerker. I could still bring Caster, I guess, though. To fulfill things. Actually, this is... I'm pretty sure Kukulkan will be carrying me, so... The New Year's outfit. try to level all of them, largely to try out each one and find their use cases. A lot of guidance stuff basically only find uses for a handful of them, but some of them have some interesting values to them. Right, now gives her arts up, although it's not huge still, I'd say. Alright, let's go here. This should take out the bronze that resists her, and the rest should die to raw damage. Oh dang, I thought death would hit the bronze enemy for sure. Death immune. Alright, we'll go with a mighty chain here. The NP should be enough to deal some high raw damage, but I'm gonna have to use face cards to finish people off. No one's in death, but the damage is still pretty high. Dang, it's going Sonic the Hedgehog on us. Intelligent small dinos. Unintelligent small dinos. Time for some quicks. There we are. Lovely. 50 means 100% crits on the next turn. Giant turkey. That looks like a chicken, but I guess they need to reuse the assets. A cry for the fallen kingdom. Here we are, crit damage up. Darn it, everyone's stunned. Only one usable card, dang it. There we go. What's the overcharge effect for this? Deal enemies with Earth attribute. I don't know if the chicken counts as that, turkey counts as that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Valkyrie time. That was horrific. What possible reason could the creatures to sound like that? I've never heard anything so awful. Their cries were heavy with regret, remorse, lingering attachment, and unadulterated shame. It felt as though they were fervently blaspheming against every living thing in the world. Whatever happened to Mictlan being a divine world where the dead were only tested to save them? You're thinking of proper human histories, not Mictlan, not this one. Still, it was weird. I know sound waves can mess with your inner ear, but I don't know why they seem to be even more effective on you. At any rate, be extra careful with how you prepare the turkey, and make sure you cook it thoroughly. Otherwise, you might end up taking its detestable insolence when you eat it. Phew, I'm exhausted. Running back and forth between Chichen Itza and the 4th stratum really takes that out of ya. Why are we doing this again? I know Master Tebu said it'd strengthen our lower bodies, but still. Hey, I remember he said it'd be an easy job. All we'd have to do is gather parts to repair the ship. Didn't tell us how far we'd have to run to do it, or that there'd be an awesome acclimating along the way. It's pretty good. Now, don't be like that, brothers. We're doing this to help our new siblings, remember? Plus, they said that we can pay Zocta on the ship's deck once repairs are finished. I imagine our beautiful passes back and forth the open sky. Pretty sweet, right? Oh, that sounds awesome. Guess we'll have to keep doing our best. But first, we gotta have the master do his part. I call dibs on the seat. What's this now? You're gonna tell us about proper human history, right? I thought I was the only brother interested, but turns out everyone is. Oh yes, Tipu told us about this. Well, okay, since Nitocris is here, why don't we tell you about ancient Egypt? Is that okay with you, Pharaoh Nitocris? Of course, my reign did not last very long, but that doesn't make me any less of a pharaoh. I'll gladly tell you of life of our glorious kingdom, ancient Egypt's 6th dynasty. And with that, my life as a pharaoh came to the end, and I vanished from the earth without visiting the eternal kingdom. This was back in the 22nd century BC. Afterward, ancient Egypt and its dynasties would continue to flourish until the 1st century AD. Pharaoh Cleopatra did her very best in the end, but ultimately the Roman Republic changed the course of human history forever. Damn, Queenie, talk about living the hard life. The evil priest and the advisor guys were like vodka, right? And you've been surrounded by a ton of them since you were born. They manipulated your brother, king, and your brother, or the king, right up till the moment they had him assassinated. So you had to act like they were manipulating you too, all while you were secretly looking up for an opportunity to strike back at them. Yes, I just said all that. Why are you repeating it all back to me? Then after years of gritting your teeth and biting your time, you finally managed to gather all the evil conspirators in one place to wipe them out. Dang, could you do that, brother? Like if you had to live your life, your entire Zocta team as your enemies. Oh man, no way, I wouldn't last a day. And you didn't just survive, you one Lady Nitto. That's more badass than Lady Kukulkan. So this is what gods are capable of. Way better than ours. All she does is go around taking walks. Is that way of me telling the species has outlived its usefulness? Because I could wipe you all out, just like that. Thank you, but I'm really nothing special. Any pharaoh would have done the same. Besides, if I was truly as good as you say, then instead of executing those conspirators, I would have managed to save my brothers from the assassins sent after them in the first place. Chris. That said, there's no denying my victory was truly spectacular. I like to think my brothers were watching from the Eternal Kingdom with pride. Anyway, thank you for listening so attentively. You're all a wonderfully well-behaved audience. Oh, that's because you're a good talker. Felt like I was there watching it happen. So the stories of your history are all like this. Man, it's so sharp, I felt like I was going to cut my brain. I don't think any of us would last a day in your world. Losing your whole family because of the bad guys' evil plotting, deceiving, hating, killing members of your own species. We couldn't deal with anything so cruel. But hearing it as a story we can manage, I guess that's the good thing about stories. You may be right, but does that mean you've never had any kind of war in your own history? Well, after all, there's still all that, though. There's one thing I don't get. What is with all this stuff with years and eras? Do you guys keep a track of time in proper human history? Oh, so the Dinos don't keep track of time. Mictlan doesn't have historical eras. You don't keep track of the passage of time in your culture. That is correct. To be honest, I found it strange ever since I started traveling with you. It seems like humans and Dinos perceive time very differently. We don't have a concept of what you've been calling years. What you call the past, we simply refer to it broadly as before. For us, 100 years ago is a little before, and 1,000 years is a long before. Our society never gets more complex like it did in the dynasty Nitto so kindly told us about. Counting the years, really recording history at all, is not something that we Dinos have ever done. There was never a need. Our way of life has been the same since it began long before. To convert to your measurements, nothing about us has changed in the last 66 million years. Still a peaceful land. I imagine for some that might seem like a paradise. Others might find it boring. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bladed Dagger. I stream just about anything here, so feel free to stop by if something catches your eye. I believe that's all 3, so let's just make all these ceremonial swords. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, but remember, if Nintendo's ninjas are around, I am a legally distinct Fey creature. You know how they can get. I have actually watched a handful of artists that have indeed been slapped by C&Ds just because their art got a little, too popular. I've wondered if I should maybe split it up, maybe have another character host for some games, and because, like, a friend of mine does have one of his characters host for RPGs and another do it during actions games, but... Oh, no worries. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. Okay, guys, I got a quest for you. You know the heat-resistant plating? A lot of that has come off. Ah, neat. So I was hoping you could find some quartz. Scion says you can bring us about 20 tons of quartz. You can alchemically transmute it to what we need. How do we carry that much? Master is right. Even with this backup final battle of Mystic Code, there's no way you can carry 20 tons. Ah, don't be shy. You can ask me to handle that kind of thing. As long as I can get a hold of it, I can carry just about anything. Oh, but I guess just about any old ore is not going to cut it. Sorry, I'm more of a broad strokes kind of god. Could I bring you a whole mountain and call it a day? If you could bring us a mountain, do you know of one made up of this substance? It's called obsidian. Actually, they do. There's a mountain of them. Depending on the time of the moon's gonna end with how much a cosplay are to my character servant outfits. I have considered that, but there's a lot of different ones. Plus, some servants are pretty common, like Sherlock Holmes' outfit is blatantly based off of the old Sherlock Holmes films outfits, just with a few just with a few bells and whistles due to being shoved through the anime filters. So it'd be clearly a Sherlock Holmes outfit, but not necessarily the servant Sherlock Holmes outfit. And there's plenty of, there's some female servants here as well, but I've had my character in opposite outfits before, but it doesn't feel right, I guess, the way to put it. I don't know. I try not to care too much, but if something just doesn't feel right, I just don't go with it, I guess. Oh, right, back in the second underworld, there's nothing but obsidian mountains as far as we can see. Great, that's not far from here at all. Let's grab one. A literal mountain of obsidian. Oh, right, this obsidian. See, so you need a mountain's worth of obsidian, chirp. These sword mountains are a composite myth that overlays Great King Enma's mindscape into the Izaquatl mountain range. Ideally, I'd like to keep them as my swords, chirp, but if you need them to repair the ship, I have no choice but to let one go. However, roar. I may be willing to part with one, but I can't say the same for my tormentor demons. They're saying defeat us. If you can, do you think you get the rocks easily? In retrospect, I may have overindulged them. They're a bit pretentious now. Unfounded confidence only leads you and those around you to harm. The best cure for this is a harsh lesson of the School of Hard Knocks. Oh, yikes, you're a lot harsher than you look. Couple idle X to the main one. Next one's Tlaloc. Tlaloc. Makes sense. You okay with this? Isn't this one of those situations where you need to treat all life as precious, your enemies, something like that? Well, collecting materials is serious business. I see. No mercy for those who stand in your way, huh? Might makes right. Got it. I'll leave their bodies intact and smash their pride. You know, I'm not usually much for violence, but there's something about hearing KO that gets me all fired up. Unfortunately, I do not have my own Benny Enma, so I cannot use them here. Oh dang, is that really the best we can do? I'm sure this can't end badly. Then again, maybe I should have the assassin first. Yeah, we'll go with that. My Daikoku 10 is almost maxed out, but I was just a bit too unlucky. I did get Super Bunyan along the way, I guess, which I guess is something. I don't really have much use of a single target alter ego in most cases, though. Wasn't really a fan of the event, but then again, a lot of people weren't too much of a fan of it until they made that retcon or quote-unquote reveal. You can't see me making finger quotes. You know how it is. They retcon an old thing, but people go, jokes are deepest lore. They plan this all from the start. Alright, anyways, let's see here. Is this a single I forget. Does Benny Enma have a single target or AoE? Talok's the most maxed out. It needs some of the new dinosaur skills, whatever it is. My strongest servant is my Vitra. If we go in terms of raw damage period, because she's my highest NP 5-star, being NP 3. On a free-to-play budget, I don't have many 5-stars at all, let alone ones at above NP levels above 1. So the fact she outdamages even the welfare options is pretty huge for me. If you talk about highest invested possible, that's either Jason or Tamacat. Tamacat was my first gold summon servant period, so of course something special there. And Jason is, well, it's always fun for someone to have a, it's always nice to have a ridiculously high invested bronze here and there, right? Yeah, still in sealed, so I can't do that here. Really? Alright, we'll do it this way. Alright, we're gonna do that this way. The Zerk, we'll do focus the Zerk. This should make it easier. As a free-to-play player, I don't have very many options for an actually not terrible assassin, so I really have to live and die by the welfares. Still, the Summer Valkyries and Kichi Hogan are among my favorites there, so I think that's good. We are. First NP5 free, technically, if you don't stand by bulk attack of the GSR. NP free, technically, if you don't count the Yeah, I know a lot of people don't spend money except for GSRs, and I completely respect that. Benny Enma, let's go. Single target nukage. Sparrows affairs depend on flavors. Now back to 5 basics. I think I need to get a kill within 3 turns, but Obsidian increase attack and sustain attack, increase defense. Alright, we're gonna go with this way. Alright, got 1 KO within 3 turns, so we completed the challenge. Most expensive is Kualter, be the one to spend a lot over the years. Then Kyo of Darkness. Alright, so we definitely need to get a brave chain going here. Buster chain.
ソレルミサイル演者よそ見
Oh, come on, really? You know, all they're doing is spamming their buff. Alright, that one has its NP charged. I gotta be careful.
まずは一杯そうですか気は乗らない止めないでねスパッと了解した
Let's do it this way. Alright, the Zerk's going down, so only the Saber's left. I don't mind if he ends up taking out Skogul, because then I can just finish it off with the reserve.
そっか
Oops.
ごめんなさい戦うのに
Well, I guess she couldn't NP anyway, so whatever. Dang, it's hard. Alright, Atlanta Altar can finish this if need be. Just not enough for a chain, are you kidding me? Darn it.
僕に気は乗らないので了解した
I will do it this way.
仕方ないな行くで
There we go. Yeah, all he's doing is buffing himself.
戦闘道具良好
There we are.
使うぞ
There we are. Yeah, I don't even need it with, we'll just go with a full Buster chain, full Mighty Brave chain from Atlanta Altar. Oh yeah, I may have base Tammo no Mai now, but when I first started the game, she kept avoiding my summons really hard. I eventually got her summer form, but I ended up having to use the first 5-star ticket that ever came out to force her to come to my Chaldea kicking and screaming, I guess. I was so salty early on, I ended up using the 4-star ticket because it was a while before they gave a 5-star to get Suzuka Gozen, her rival, because I guess if I decided if she wasn't coming, I would go throw in with her rival out of spite. She's still Grail to 90 this day. I don't regret it though. I mean, she is what got me to learn that I like crit comps. Crit cards are very satisfying. Did they just blow themselves up? Don't worry, they're just vowing to have a rematch. I could hear the resolve in their voices chirp. They said, next time we'll bulk up even more. Well fought, suppose you have some training stones. Isn't that great? It's like how a good fairy tale should go, chirp. It's true, even though they're a bunch of stone statues, they had real backbone to them. Pounding them was so satisfying. I'm almost sad I defeated them. Anyway, I'll just take one of these mountains to go. Yeah, this should cover 20 tons, right? Well, that's gonna make it a bit easier. I don't think she meant it literally, but guess that's gods for you. Alright, looks like she should have no problem collecting and transporting the ore by herself. By the way, is just here you today? I know Mash is keeping an eye on your ship, but what about that other woman? You mean Olga? She was every bit as determined as Mash to make sure you came to no harm. I thought as long as she and Mash were by her side, I could let you go off. I knew you'd be safe, chirp. Still, I still doubt you'd be in any danger with that jade-haired behemoth following you around now. Did you and you Olga have a fight or something? It's not that. We just haven't had a chance to talk lately. Why are we making it sound like we're breaking up? I see. We're glad to hear you two are good friends, too. Yeah, did me and you, Olga Marie, break up? Our can be fickle, even the smallest thing grown an impassable rift, so if you ever need to ask something, ask it. If you need to apologize, do it. Once you've grown distant, nothing will ever bridge that gap. Yeah, why is Benny and Enma talking as if we've had a breakup? Maybe in a bit. I appreciate the offer, though. These cutscenes are pretty long, but they've got a lot going on, that's for sure. And I will say I like how the story has surprised me at a handful of scenes. Like when I'm clearly losing, only like once did it feel like I could have won, even when the game cut off and said, "Oh no, we've lost." The other times they made sure the boss was clearly a, "Yeah, you're not winning this situation," so it didn't feel as unsatisfying when it ended. The fight ended. It said, "Oh no, we have to leave." Likewise, I am surprised we went through all that work of Lostbelt 6 and Trom to get the super weapon to fire at Olga, and I was 100% convinced that when we fired it, it was going to 100% no-sell, and she was gonna laugh at the idea that it would ever, we thought it would have worked. But, no, it actually would have worked if not for something drawing its power out. In Benny's defense, this works with friends too. I'm sure we'll have the miscommunication-driven part. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Yeah, I've lost connection with a lot of people over the years, but I can't really think of any that are a case of never speaking with that person again. It's pretty much just a case of going in different directions, I guess the best way to put it. I think things are going well here too. The Dinos just don't have any notion of resentment or preconceptions about foreign cultures. We have so many volunteers lining up to help prepare the border, we didn't need to ask anyone. If only humans could take a page from their book. No, wait, on second thought, that might be a bit hasty. If everyone only worked for the benefit of those around them, I'd be out of business. Maybe it's possible to be too understanding. They're smart enough to know when something is sad, but they don't see tragedies as tragic. They have empathy and understand when someone's frustrated, but they don't recognize injustice as unjust. And while that may work just fine for them, it would drive any neighbor crazy. Yeah, I didn't know they were a bit cavalier about a lot of things, including their impending doom and all that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good the Dinos are not up in arms and constantly worried about the fact they're about to go extinct, but at the same time, it's probably not much better to just be all, what can you do, and then just continue on like nothing's happening. Tick, tick, tick. There's even more of you today than yesterday. I know I said I'd permit discussions, but I didn't think this was gonna be this big. Your Majesty, are you here to check up on us? Hell no, I wanted to kick a Zoct ball around, but you people are taking up the whole grounds. This is the only thing I get to do for fun, and now it's ruined. Hey, Chaka, move aside, I'm gonna sit in the back. You want to hear what they have to say, right? Sit up front, no point holding back. The King of Dinosaurs clearly has a lot of care for his people if he noticed that someone was hiding in the back there. Oh my, how nice of you to help that shy Dinos. You may be foul-mouthed, but you're considered king. May I introduce myself? Don't bother. You're the one who taught Black Tez Catalpolka all those things you didn't need to know, right? If you want to hawk your wares and cheat your needs, to go right ahead. I don't think you'll find many Dinos looking to buy them, though. Yeah, I can't imagine they're a society that needs much in terms of weapons. True. Ouch. I mean, true, but ouch. I haven't sold a single item so far. But yes, that's fine. You can't build successful business in a day. I'm happy to put in the work. I'm not just here to make money, you know. I've got much greater things. Ah, so that's what you're really after, huh? I can tell that's gonna go up in flames. Alright, so what is it you're still standing for? Can't you see all those Dinos waiting for you? Make with those stories already. Tell them about the different worlds you've seen. The kind of what-if tales that never came about in Mictlan. Well, this is a Lostbelt. This is their dead end. A want for nothing. The desire never to grow because everything good as is, dead end. Humans need a reason, otherwise die out. I believe I brought that up when we first learned about what caused the convergence. Because of 66 million years of basically constant peace, for some people they would find that at a paradise in and of itself, but others might find that extraordinarily boring. Alright, well, first off, I guess we could start at Lostbelt 1. I know that some people have brought this up before, but I actually do think some of these Lostbelt partner characters should have been made into summonable servants, even if they're just another set of bronzes. Ones like Gerda, Paxti. Yeah, let's even toss in the short-lived ones like Hope and Timmy. Yeah. Because, while those are not famous characters, they are rather relevant to the main story, and they could be neat to have around. I mean, the writers have already bent over backwards as much as it takes to allow us to summon Lostbelt servants when we're not supposed to be able to, but I have said they could be the new 1-2 stars. Yeah, we haven't had new bronze servants since, like, the 4th anniversary, and the game is entering its 10th anniversary in the Japanese server. That's how long it's been since we've gotten some new bronze servants. And yeah, I know we've gotten a couple along the way, like, Big Bad Wolf. Yeah, we've gotten a couple along the way. Well, the issue with that is Big Bad Wolf was a fictional character, so you'd have to connect them to something else. Kind of like how the Headless Horseman had to be mixed with the... What was it? What's that Avenger's name? The one that everyone calls Good Boy, Good Doggo. Yeah, for our 4-star Avenger. Because he straight up couldn't exist that without all those legends fused together. I believe the Invisible Man is also in there, which in Shinjuku allowed him to have a dodge for each turn, but in game it just means he's the respawn. Sherlock was confirmed to actually be a real person that Arthur Conan Doyle simply wrote to make people think was a character. Helena Blavatsky even confirms it because they met in person when they were alive. But true, they could pull some strings. Like I said, the writers have bent over backwards to make sure that we could get the Lostbelt servants, even though, technically speaking, that should not be possible. And likewise, a lot of servants, well, it's kind of a crapshoot. Servants are not supposed to retain memories from between summonings, but they do frequently in this game, largely because, well, they want to sell you on pulling the servants. They need to make sure they remember you so that you could be, oh yeah, it's a character I like so much from the story. So yeah, the writers have to go out of their way to make sure that's possible as well. Yeah, there is some... Could totally be like, oops, I lost all my stories. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, they should have some more of their OCs that aren't made into servants here, because right now, while some of these are perfectly fine, a lot of, how can I put it? A lot of the crossover stuff, like from the Stay Night or the extra or other Fate properties, or even the Strange Fake one that came in the home JP server a while ago. Oh, this month actually. Not even that much while ago. Those are neat and all, but we can't forget FGO is itself a Fate property. And so I genuinely wouldn't mind if they gave some love to some of the own characters they created here. Although I guess one could argue that new ones like Kukulkan here are FGO originals. But the thing is, Kukulkan is still based upon it. Maybe not the best example. For reasons that'll become obvious later, but... Yeah, like Scotty. Scotty here is actually just Skahak basically just Skahak, basically. Yeah. So she could be considered an FGO original, or you could consider her an alt of Skahak, and either one's fine. I guess I should be more specific. When I say like FGO OCs, I mean like the actual characters aren't based off a historical figure or anything. I mean, I'd even like the Lostbelt 5 twins more than I'd like pulling the Lostbelt 5 twins more than I'd like pulling the Dioscuri. Although granted, my friend who has them insists that they are significantly more tolerable in their actual summon form. Like, hey, Castor is a lot less in your face with his hatred of humanity. It's still there, it's just, less overbearing of everything, and Pollux is no longer a yes man to everything Castor says. So, if true, then good. Because that was my entire complaint about them the entire time I did Lostbelt 5. Well, the Olympus part of Lostbelt 5, since that one was split into half. Yes, are you lost, Kodamine? I could show you around if I'd like. Oh, no, that's alright. I was just about to take a break. I've been patrolling the border to make sure no Oklima sneaks aboard, you see. Oh, thank you. It's hard for our detectors to detect them since they barely have any magical energy. And since the captain's not back in full form yet, that'll be a big help. Oh, I was under the impression he was fully back in action. Oh, he's pretending like he's fine like he always does. Simon pretends not to notice like anything's wrong. I see, I'll bear that in mind. By the way, is the Stormbore's power generated solely by internal combustion engines? Now, this strikes me as an extremely specific question, and one that Nemo Engineer should not be answering, because I thought something was up when it was let slip that Nemo was just pretending to be in good shape when he's not. I mean, it makes sense to be wary of that, but I mean, this is Kirei. You don't want him to have more information than absolutely necessary. In fact, I even joked with someone a while ago that this year has a lot of really good servants. I don't think there's a single miss among them. Except Kirei, and that's not because he's bad, it's because summoning him means you now have Kirei in your Chaldea, and that... Actually, I can just leave it there. He's not a miss because he's bad, it's because summoning him means you now have Kirei in your Chaldea. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I was wondering what we should do about powering the ship if the engines are to stop. I heard you have barricaded yourselves within, in the dark without any electricity when you crashed. That must have been terrible. I don't trust him at all, even if he's your servant. Yeah, I would not trust Kirei to any degree. Yep. Yeah, I started with Zero and Stay Night, so I am very familiar with Kirei. That's why he keeps... That is why I keep mentioning. That's why I keep throwing shade at him whenever I get the chance. I trust Dolman more than him. As Jack Sparrow said, you could always trust a dishonest guy to be dishonest, but it's the ones who are occasional, it's the ones that are try to be, seem trustworthy, they gotta be wary of. Well, let me actually, I'm thinking about too much. Let's just put it this way. Every time Kirei shows up in a Fate property, it always goes out of its way to directly state that he is a false priest in every meaning of the term. And that's probably all you need to know. So I thought if the ship has some way of drawing power from the outside to be able to restore it that much quicker. I see. Good thinking as usual, Father. But don't worry, we already have means in place for collecting energy from external sources. If we had some way to summon 100 servants with the ability to provide power, we can run the ship without engines at all. Of course, now that the wandering sea base is gone, I doubt we'll ever use... Oh, I hadn't considered that, thanks to the inspiration. Oh, so you do have a way to power of a ship even if it's destroyed. I'm glad to hear it. Yes, though I'd also bawl my eyes out if that ever happened. Well, technically, Dolman already stated his goal is to corrupt you, so he's only loyal. Yeah, he seems to be one of those bad guys. All I'm just helping you do these good things because I don't think you're gonna make it, and I want to laugh at Zeus as you realize it's impossible or something like that. Plus, he hasn't stopped being evil, but like for the Da Vinci and the Scotty Summer events, he was basically the main villain twice in a row, and I do feel like that was a bit much. Luckily, I'm told I haven't been spoiled too much on the next one. Sadly, some of it had to be, but the next summer event I'm genuinely looking forward to because I've heard it does a few things quite interestingly. And Summer Castoria is my next mage summoning target, so that's going to be notable. I had originally been planning to NP5 her, but after the JP server released the new appends and stuff, it became clear to me they're just going to constantly add more and more things that require servant coins. And while they did redo the system to make it, suck less, that doesn't change that it's very clearly there to give whales a reason to pull for a servant beyond NP5, so they're absolutely not going to let it die. Yeah, you should not have revealed that to Kirei. Oh, Kadok knows. Hey, wait a minute. You've been spending a lot of time around the border last couple days. Shouldn't you be with the foreign god? You may wish to choose your words more carefully, Kadok. Throwing the word god around too casually could make this miraculous balancing act come crashing down. My apologies. Miraculous doesn't do the situation justice. The present situation is all thanks to the Master and Mash's hard work and healthy, accepting mindset. You, on the other hand, don't seem to be nearly as open-minded. Once you form an opinion on someone, you don't easily change it. Pretender Summer, good luck. So yeah, rather than just spend all my quartz to try and max out Castoria, I'm probably just gonna get her for collection purposes and maybe... I have been looking at Ptolemaeus, actually. I've already got a lot of good Lancers, so I don't need even the top-tier meta ones like Melusine. But Archers, I wouldn't mind a nice, flexible archer like him on my side. Plus, you don't get that many old men and servants with a neat design like that. He has that wise owl aesthetic that's really neat. Yeah, that's right. Unlike them, I'm a mage. I can't change my principles on a dime. I guess you could say I'm just old-fashioned like that. I don't see this as a bad thing just now, though. Because, you see, Chaldea needs someone around who isn't gonna go all in on trusting you two, however much you help. As well you shouldn't. We are aiding the Master, not Chaldea, and temporarily at that. Once the young Miss successor Truick's position, we will take our leave right away. So it's all up to you, Olga Maria, huh? You're not planning to put a thumb on the scale? Oh, of course not. I have no desire to fight. I only wish to witness the birth of one yet to arrive. That said, Rasputin's influence has left me with at least some emotions any human being ought to have. If I see a poor soul doomed to a life of unhappiness unless something is done, I'm compelled to reach out and help. I am very concerned about the young Miss as well, though for different reasons. This is not a good situation for her. She will have to make a decision herself, or she will only continue to suffer more. And since you agree that'd be for the best, I can trust you not to interfere. No, I won't, even if the Master and Olga hate me for it. It's better if they part ways before they truly understand each other. I'm not sure if Olga got all of her memories back after she was reminded by Tezcat, but she likely has at least some. And the reason she's unsure what to do now is because she has some genuine attachment to us after working with us for that time. Meanwhile, she's still stuck between her original plan of, fusing with ORT and possibly destroying the world or recreating it somehow. The only bits about her goals we know are from her amnesic self, so any further details we can only speculate. Yeah, I can't take any more. The engine's gonna fall apart unless we shut them down and tune it up. So that's what I'm gonna do. Marine, tell Captain Jackass I'm gonna be shutting down all Triton engines in an hour, and it's gonna take at least 120 hours to completely overhaul them. What about power for the other facilities? Who cares how the rest of the body's going if the heart gives out? I don't know about you guys, but I ain't planning on dying anytime soon. If the Cap wants to overrule me, then today's the day I challenge him to a duel and become the main Nemo myself. A surprise. Ease there, engineer. Let's take a breather. Let's try some of Baker's new rock salt. Nice and cold. I like it. And you don't need to challenge anyone to a duel. I'm on board with your plan. I have an idea that'll help us supply power for that period of time. We can shut the engines down once I'm set. And as luck would have it, I happened to do a maintenance check on the external power relays just last night. Talk about timely. Anyways, I'll fill Da Vinci in on the plan. Oh, and I'm gonna need to borrow about 6 Marines. I can help it over here. Sounds like we're gonna need a whole bunch of boxed lunches. I got our yummy chicken, so I'll make the chicken sandwiches for everyone. And that's why we're putting together a hydroelectric generator next. I'll be coming along too this time. A hydroelectric generator? But there aren't any large rivers around here. Oh, the waterfalls from the first underworld. So we'll get to see King Protea again. Oh, you're right, Senpai. We did pass a massive waterfall, and they're every bit as big as Niagara Falls. Yep, Professor got the idea after reading your report. Everything we need is packed in these shipping containers. Naturally, just getting everything there would be take the better of 2 days, but... these chicken sandwiches things are tasty, but how come I more than anyone else? As you can see, we already have a porter that will cut down time considerably. I'm counting on you two to convince her to help us. That's fine, but what about you, Olga Marie? Yuo, I'm pretty sure she just stayed in her room all day yesterday. She set out before the sun even arrived today. I expect she'll be back by evening. How did she seem? She's been down in the dumps ever since we came back to Chichen Itza. She seemed to be in extraordinarily good spirits for some reason. Aha, rejoice humanity, my body's recovered, so I'm off to destroy Mexico City. They should have known I'll never forget that injustice. Hold on, please, Madam President. Don't you think it's a little too soon to be exercising military force? Yeah, the Occlume has been hunting dinos, but only in the jungle. Competition for survival is natural for all living creatures. Doesn't merit military intervention, even though they're sacrificing dinos in the altars. Well, yeah, even then, we're not invaders. We may defend ourselves, but never launch an attack. And yet, despite the last time we went to Mexico City, we snuck in and disrupted one of their important religious ceremonies. To attack now would be pure aggression. There's no honor in that. Destroying their whole city because you're annoyed at them would be a black mark on your presidential record. True, it would be bad to act entirely on personal grudges. Or you're thinking of destroying Mexico City not as the ruler of this planet, but for the personal reason of wanting to improve the opinions certain people have of you. Of course I'm thinking about this as the sovereign of Earth. I always treat humankind no matter the reason. Still, you're right, Taboo. I'm going to go and give myself some time to cool down. Huh. Why did he suddenly clam up? Shitsu's going to cool down. I don't blame her. It is very hot right now. Interesting. I think this is the first time he kept something to himself like that. Usually, it's if he hides something, it's only because we specifically did not ask, or he didn't, or it was not relevant, basically. But here, he's explicitly lying by omission. She could be very... But I could tell she was worried about you, too, for many reasons. I see you've been so busy, we haven't had time to talk. And since she hasn't been the border, it hasn't been any easier. But I'm glad it sounds like we have a chance to see her this evening. I hope she really is in good spirits. Oh, come to think of it, where'd Rak-chan run off to? He's still with Olga Marie the last couple of days or so. Oh, Wak-chan, I saw him out on the main street last night. His eyes were totally lifeless, like a dead fish. I asked him what was wrong. He kept muttering. He said, "Now I've really done this time, and embarrassment Dino's everywhere." So I decided to leave him alone. I'm sure he'll come back sooner or later. Oh, he gave a love confession that she turned down, and he was upset about it. Ouch, sounds like he got dumped pretty hard. Where in the world did you take her, Wak-chan? He's a warrior, born and bred. The only special talents he has are face punching and body slamming. Bing bong, those two are the same thing. At worst, he may have decided to subject her to his warrior dance the entire night. I see. Sounds like a very informative and productive use of time. I wish I could have been there for such a valuable experience. You know, this isn't anything new at this point, but Mash's shield or spirit is terrible at the charts. Oh dang, King Protea in a new outfit. Forget it, no way I'm letting you build a generator here. You do understand this is my home for the time being, correct? I've been bored out of my skull all this time, so you better believe I'm gonna at least make sure my life here is comfortable. Did you bother think what it would be like for me to live with a generator? To cross your mind? Would you take responsibility if it short circuits and electrocutes me? No, not a perfect lies. Wait, you're an altar now? Surprised, scared, fleeing terror? I love seeing the terror in your eyes. I'm guessing you expected the meek, obedient Protea to be here? Truth is, here in Mictlan, I am the normal Protea. Last time you were here, I just disabled my alterization to thank you for freeing me from the mask. But I'm done playing cute. I'm a giant. I don't have to take orders from a little human. Major, master, makes no difference. As far as I'm concerned, you are all my slaves. If you don't like that, you can run away. Just don't be surprised when I smush you with a slap of my hand. She's not being cooperative at all. What happened to her? Master's report said she was on our side. Yeah, we kind of thought this might happen. You're pretty upset about something, huh, Protea? What is it? You hurt? We can look at something. We're used to caring for whales. That's no trouble. Oh, that's a lot of Marines. What happened to the one who was here before? I may be willing to listen to him. That Marine isn't here today, but don't worry. All of our feelings are synced up, so we like you as much as he did. Look, I'm not being overly cautious or anxious or anything like that, okay? I'm just standing up for my rights. I mean, would you like if someone built a generator as big as your bed in your room? Yeah, we'd hate that. Well, engineer would actually love it, actually. Good point when you put it that way. There, see? Now get out of here before I... Wait. I had an idea. If you can meet my one condition, I'll let you build it. Whoa, really? That'd be awesome. We wouldn't even need it. With you around, we wouldn't need any heavy machinery. What's your condition? What is it? I want you to fight me again. The idea of letting my loss against a human stand... and it makes me sick to my stomach. With our current firepower? Right. Of course you don't want to fight me. You know a fluke like that couldn't happen twice. You're so small, not just body, but mind as well. Living must be so hard when you're that small in every possible sense. Why not try living in my mask? What do you say? If you win, I'll build a generator and keep an eye on it as long as you need. But if I win, I can't bring myself to say what's in store for you. Oh, but trust me, it'll be good. Looks like as an altar, she is as competitive as she is shy. What are you up to? Take her. Gonna do. I don't see improving her mood, but... Looks like I have no choice but to show who is up. How about an apology, complete with an eternally binding contract? You should keep me around as your only Sakura 5 servant. Get rid of all your other high servants while you're at it. If you're willing to do that, I might be willing to consider. I put the containers down where you asked. What would you like me to do next? Fight. Oh man, Coca-Cola Con versus King Protea. That's gonna be the biggest underworld battle ever. Fight? Okay, got it. This is exciting. Let's you and I have a good matching, lady. Was I seeing things? That lady just carrying actual mountain of containers here on her own. I must have been seeing things, right? The problem is, alter egos have class advantage against foreigners, so this is gonna be tricky. I'm definitely gonna need, yeah, support here. Da Vinci. I do not have the servant in question, so I'm gonna have to use that one. My only combat-ready pretender is Ellie Chan. I could bring a Zerk, I guess. Actually, I should probably load up on pretenders. So let's bring Lady Avalon for protection here. Level 7. And to answer the obvious question, even though I do have Castoria and Lady Avalon, I cannot do the Immortal team because that relies on Himiko or Morgan or someone else who can easily grant repeated overcharge. So this is giant killing. Huge scale EX. Her MP is sealed, so I can't use that. Do not expend. Alright, time for a beautiful journey. That should charge up everyone's NP gauges. I do like that Mini Da Vinci's NP uses the Lostbelt title screen theme. What's that timer? Apply growth EX to yourself at the end of the turn. Darn, I don't have a single Kokolkan card. Alright, we'll do it this way to get Da Vinci's NP back. Okay, good. Kokolkan has a brave. So. There we are. Do not expend. All expending the stars for the skill 3 does is make her Now let's do it this way. I don't need the brave one here, but we got this. Oh yeah, big crits. Oh, huh. I was completely expecting King Protea's NP, but no, that's just an extra attack basically. And we'll do it this way. There we go. Ellie Chan should be able to tear apart King Protea here. I should probably just focus on everyone having Kokokan attack. Alright, we'll do it this way. Full Buster Chain. Ellie Chan's not the greatest, but she's free in NP5, so no reason not to be using her, you know? Oh, dang. There we are. Well, if nothing else, the forced two or three people on the front line does mean I have to figure out ways to do stuff without using Historia necessarily. Well, what kind of servant was that? Hiding a divine spirit up your sleeve is no fair, you coward. Wait, she's not a servant, she's Kukulkan, the god of Mictlan. So she's the king of Lostbelt. How's that fair? How'd you even get something like that on your side? Now that you mention it, it is a little weird, isn't it? It's not mysterious at all. I know everything here. There's no better situation, yes? I've been watching you since you came here, after all. Anyway, that's a wonderful fight, King Protea, I'm sure. Oh, Zoshanol would be glad to lend you his strength. Would it be okay if I shook your hand? It's a great honor to meet a heroic spirit from proper human history. Last but not all, I guess the fact your name is Kokokan means you really are a god. I never want to fight you again if I can help it, but you're happy? Alright, so I just need to open those containers and line up their contents, correct? This is humiliating, but a promise is a promise. What do I do with this stuff? Thanks, Protea. This really is a huge help. Alright, start by securing the flat patch of rock. I'd also ask you with making the scaffolding. Oh, what a pain. There's so many different kinds of container here. This is gonna be complicated, isn't it? Maybe I'll disable my alterization and voice this work onto the other Protea. Oh no, I can't do that. She'd just wreck everything. If the JP server gets Violet this year, this will mean we'll officially have all the Sakura 5 in the game. I'm surprised it took them so long to add them all, but then again, I guess they do have to spread it out. I mean, if they release all the popular, some of the biggest, most popular servants within a couple of years, they'd run out for future ones, you know? So maybe it's good that they're spreading it. Oh, were there dinos here just now? Oh yeah, they followed the Marines here, said they'd help out because it looked fun. So I asked the strong dinos to handle the installations, the fast ones run the cables. Man, these dinos are so smart, Kokulkan. They understood the concept of electricity in no time at all. It also didn't take them long to figure out that we're converting the water's potential energy into kinetic energy. Right? They may be different from the people of proper human history, but they're wonderful in their own way. I'm exhausted. I plan to have energy, but all this intricate assembly work has run my mind ragged. Thanks, Protea. I would ask you to pay me back with a command spell, but I see you don't have all of them back. If you've already cleared the second underworld, I suppose you'll have to handle the third next. I'm sure you need to go lower levels eventually, even if it's just to restore your last command spell. Then again, you could always just track down the Bat Jerkin and take them directly. I'd like that way better. If he ever shows his ugly face here again, I'm gonna grab him, rip out his spine, and grind him into bat jelly. Is Kamazot strong? I don't know, but my inner Zakutonol is telling me things like, don't fight the Bat God. Kamazot is more terrifying than any god on Earth. But who knows, he didn't look like much to me. All I know is that people have been wanting him to be a somewhat playable servant for ages now, but it's just not happening. Granted, the devs apparently didn't think players would want him. Why am I reminded of when we did the, what's it called? The, Singularity 7, right, Babylonia, and the devs were surprised that people wanted, Ereshkigal to be summonable. I guess they figured, well, we already gave you a Rinface and Ishtar, why would you want Ereshkigal? By the way, where's the loud, needy-looking, super annoying woman? You know, Olga Marie. We've been kind of missing each other lately. Oh, I see, she's not here. I like how she obviously looked down on humans, but it was also obvious she wasn't from this planet. It may be weird coming from me, but she's called as enemy, right? You were smart to cut ties with her, but if she still insists on tagging along, why not bring her here? I'd be willing to talk to her for you. Would you really be doing that for me? Oh, or are you doing it for her? Either way, you're so King Protea, aren't you? Cheeky bastard, it pisses me off when people act like they have everything figured out. I'm gonna tell you this one more time so you don't get the wrong idea. I'm not kidding when I say I don't care about holding back against humans preserving life. The moment an insect that doesn't know his place comes back to me, I'll squish him on the spot. So please don't talk to me like you would the other Protea. I don't want to have to wash my hands every time we talk. Good, you're finally scared. That's what I wanted to see. Alright, see you later, itty bitty. Command spell list master. Make sure you can actually hold your own again by the time I can see you. If she has that gimmick again, I'll have to remember it. I do like the Tlaloc gimmick so far because they actually did a good job of explaining how you'd want to go about handling it and why it's a problem. With King Protea, though, they don't actually explain how it all works, so there's no way for you to know, oh, certain servants can negate certain parts of her mechanics. So I end up having to brute force it. I just happened to get lucky. Some more trash mobs, I suppose. Well, I guess if it's trash mobs, I might as well... Actually, let's bring, let's show off some Vitra since she's the closest thing I have to an ace. That is the strongest one. Granted, Tamacat is no slouch either, especially since, as you notice, I use her for all farming nodes just because, you know, Zerker. Luckily, there's only ever been, like, one, maybe two mechanical. Ooh. That's the Greek opening. Poseidon Core. Jason's encouragement. What's this? Alright, this should help out. We'll go with hers first, then his... Mighty Chain. I was not expecting a rematch against Poseidon, but you know, whatever. Come to think of it, I probably could have actually used Ellie here. But who cares? This is a good time to show off Vitra, and that's gonna be fun. Jason's encouragement. There we are. Alright, Vitra. Actually, I don't need to do that. I need to make sure that Chiron dies no matter what. Once Chiron dies, I can go ahead and focus Poseidon down. It's Lancer versus Lancer, but Vitra has the highest attack of all Lancers, so she can use face cards if she needs to. Man, this was so much easier than when I did it before. Then again, Vitra didn't exist when Atlantis dropped. Capture, annihilate, obliterate Francis Drake. That was a little weird. Well, that's okay. Whenever one Castoria goes down, we just print off a new one. Alright, we're gonna have to protect Vitra at all costs. If I lose the sports, it's gonna suck, but I can still do it.
天よ変幻の鱗に閉ざされって地退職があるとのまれる地アスラッシュレーシタほれほれ
Yeah, look at that. Vitra's already got her NP back. Kill them all, kill them all.
隙を突かれましたあるまじき失態です足を
Emiya, huh? Let's get an overcharge going.
これが我というしか本気など出さんわ
Alright, since the boss is a Lancer, Emiya's not gonna last long, but that's fine. He's just here for Bond anyway.
なんじゃもう終わってしまうのかつまらんつまらんいたぶってんのか痛いのか閉じよ
Honestly, that's probably to my benefit, because by Vitra being alone, I can only get her attack cards. And by extension... Ah. A guaranteed Mighty Brave chain. She's got a guts, she's in good shape. Growl. And this should win it. There's no possible way Poseidon surviving this. I say, cursing myself. Chiron Saber. True method I'm using is I'll smack everything over with. Yeah, my understanding is that's a pretty good strategy if you've gone all in on her. And there we are. I swear, it feels like Vitra doesn't have much as far as weaknesses go. She has good damage for both her NP and attacks. She has some nice anti-divine damage. She can give a bit of support, but she also has hard defense. She can just cover just about anything you need. So so as far as ones I was lucky enough to get a high NP level on, well, luck with quotation marks. I was lucky with the first two, but this third one I decided to get on her rate up. But I ended up having to hit hard pity to get her, so she really made me work for that NP3. But yeah, still, as for the highest NP 5-star I have, there's definitely worse options to have than her. Wow, I end up getting straight from Russia to Atlantis. Haven't hit pity yet? Yeah, I've got a decent Saint Quartz amount, but if I have to hit pity even once, that really, really, really drains it. I've only done it about twice so far that I've hit a hard pity, but I've gotten close sometimes. So luck really is something you can't ignore. That's also why I try to be wary and only go into a banner when I actually have enough for the pity, because then again, I guess since I have one single target, at least one single target, one AoE for all the main classes, including many of the extras, thanks to welfares, I am at the point where I can go for stuff that I either particularly like, or it doesn't help me want the 4-star. Oh yeah, I can tell you a lot of hilarious stories for that. Like, I went for Queen Sheba during Salem chapter because she's a historical figure I genuinely didn't expect to ever be in the game, but I ended up spending a few hundred several hundred Saint Quartz, and ended up with like 2 Abbeys and 1 Queen Sheba. I was able to get NP5 on Shiba eventually, but that was by tricking a banner by telling everyone, oh man, I want Gil. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Gil banner, and I got nothing but... So I was successfully able to trick the Desire Sensor into thinking I was after Gil when I actually only cared about Queen Shiba. So that was nice. Archer with a passion because you can't get a banana answer. Yeah, as much as people say that you're gonna get the 4-star as a... Or if you go for a 5-star, you're gonna get this 4-star along the way, pretty much no matter what. No, you're not. There's been like I said, I've had plenty of times I was going for the 4-star and came home with a 5-star, so... every time the rate up. Yeah, unfortunately it does kind of show that, while there are plenty of good stuff in the 4-star crew, you can tell that Lozongo really only cares about selling the 5-stars to you, which is honestly kind of a shame. At least the good news is most of the time the welfare gets a decent store relevant in event, although honestly events feel like they've been blending together a lot lately, since a lot of them are, we've discovered minute singularity, it is themed around blatant meme. We go there, meet a bunch of people that revolve around the meme, but then, oh no, it wasn't a meme after all, it was a legitimate world-ending threat. Then we defeat the big baddie, and then sometimes it has a post-game where it then goes back to the little silly meme. So yeah. I feel really good doing this chapter just because sometimes, for a bit last year, it felt like I was just spinning my wheels and waiting for Lostbelt 7. Although granted, I do understand why. It's because Lostbelt 7 was originally meant to come out a lot earlier. That's why they had the whole road to Lostbelt 7, but then they ended up having to delay it even further. Yeah, minute singularity because, yeah. I only know it's called a minute singularity because I've seen the word used in that context before. But yeah, I could understand if you think a minute singularity. Would make sense. The whole point is it's a limited time event. Amazing, a world almost entirely covered by water and so deep. How permeable was the water? How far could sunlight travel? Did people have different ways of surviving each layer? If measuring in proper human histories units, I'm told the average depth is about 3,700 meters. The deepest trench supposedly exists about 10,000. I can only imagine the intensity of that pressure and the cold. Would aquatic dinos survive there? Oh wait, that's probably too deep for them to get sunlight. I suppose no dinos could get by in a world without the sun's blessings. See, so Artemis was shot down. Probably was hoping for an epic land battle. Still, this Orion guy sounds amazing, satellite or not. I still can't believe he shot down a celestial body. Yeah, but he's such a gallant, stoic archer with perfect eyes, and a mechanical body looks perfect in the moonlight. I like how it was slowly fading into Super Orion, but then swatched to Tomitomo. It's like Grand Banner, I can't believe. I won't be surprised if that ends up happening for Summer Suzuka, since I believe she's on the same banner as Summer Castoria. I would genuinely like her, but, well, I haven't heard much about her since her banner came out, and I'm gonna be real with you. If you hear about a servant and then they just kind of vanish after their banner ends, that usually means the servant isn't actually that good. Though don't get me wrong, this is not a very difficult game, so you can make anyone work if you really want to. It just takes more and more supports, if we're blunt. Don't worry, anyone can be good, as long as you have all the meta supports to buff the hell out of them and back. But that's kind of why I focused so heavily on supports the past few years. And otherwise, I've mostly really just been building welfares. It does mean I've got a pretty good supply of everything, but most importantly, I have the ones that enable others. I mean, Chiron does pretty well alone. That is true. And I do sometimes take advantage of solo stuff during, like, tower events where I'm realistically going to actually be using all my servants. And that's always pretty neat. I even streamed a few back before. Like, I did Galatea's event on stream. I think I did Oni Tower on stream, but that's been a while. I've actually haven't been doing FGO streams that much. I usually only do main story stuff, and I only started at, like, Olympus, so that was a while ago. I don't go level 120. Yeah, it's hard to go... I made my Tamacat 120, and honestly, I don't feel all that satisfied in having done it. It's one of those, yeah, did it once, never again. Like when I beat I Wanna Be the Guy for the first time as a kid. It's definitely one of those things where, I guess doing it once to say I did is nice and all, but I really don't have any motivation to keep going, even if we ignore the... Because even if we ignore the fact that most of my servants straight up don't have the coins to go to 120, yeah, going up to 100 is a lot more reasonable. Not only because it's a lot... You don't have to worry about coin costs, but also because, the XP tables don't get completely insane. Let me put it this way, when I was raising my Tamacats level, all those supposed ×2 or ×5 events, I'm pretty sure those are as much a lie as the rate up is a lie, because they just straight up didn't feel like procking. And even when it did, it barely made a dent, so it was a slog. I guess that's the way you want to put it. There's long grinds where once you reach the end you think, yes, I finally did it, and ones where you think, ugh, I finally did it. And the road to bringing someone to 120 is definitely the latter. And of course, there's rumors they're going to be raising the level cap to 150 on the JP server, so that's going to be fun, right? Actually, that's also something else I want to bring about. Getting enough coins for Tamacat to be level 120... It was biggest pain in the ass. She had to be like NP 8, and I had to get her to Bond 13 before I had enough coins to get her that high. And that was only to 120. I cannot get her a single append, although for Blunt, I don't think she's worth getting any appends on. Yeah, she's one of the few people I would even say isn't even worth the mana loading append, because she has no battery, she has no, she's not a looper, even if, and believe me, I tried loop. I tried Paracelsus, Bride Nero, double Scotty, triple Scotty. Tamacat just plain does not want to loop, no matter how hard you slice it. Unless they upgrade her first skill to include a heavy NP gain or something, a quick up, or maybe all the above even. She's never going to be a quick looper, unfortunately, so that's why I have Arash or Habitrod in my first slot, because they have to take out the first wave while Tamacat handles the later two, because there's no possible way she's going to handle all three. She just doesn't have the looping power. I think technically you can do it with double Oberon, but double Oberon, anyone works with double Oberon to my understanding. No exceptions. So I wouldn't count that. Hey, where's this Poseidon guy calling why did this keep calling for someone who wasn't even there? The immediate danger had to be you, right, big bro? So why didn't you shout your name, like passing or a shooting ball? You're such a child, can't you tell? It's all about love. And I want to talk about Hephaestus. Imagine a machine that builds other machines. Oh, and the machine was even bald. Oh yeah, Hephaestus... Yeah, you can tell a lot about Lostbelt 5 was rewritten partway through, because Atlantis ends with you... Yeah, I'd like the ability to raise servants to Bond 20, because as of now, Bond 15 is actually a pretty easy capped... quote-unquote easy cap to reach. Granted, I'm not one of those people who goes crazy on lottos, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Always feels weird. Heard of when that happens, when it hits a cap and you have to waste it, but at the same time, I'm too lazy to try and work on something else, so whatever. So a lot of my supports have been capped out for ages. Not all of them, though. Again, I'm not one of those people who goes ham on lottos. In fact, I think I skipped the last one completely because I had more than enough mats. Remember, I only build welfares these days unless a particularly notable favorite comes up, which there wasn't any last year, so I had nothing to spend on besides welfares. He hasn't left my party, so I started to like him. That makes sense. I know a lot of people like to show that one YouTube video of Asterios having a permanent 0 damage from the boss version of Gorgon. That's always funny. Yeah, with him and, who was it? Right, Caligula. Yeah, Emperor Caligula, making sure she can't do anything other than just use her basic attacks, and Asterios makes sure her attacks do no damage, and it basically just means you can chip her down. That's fun. It's a shame newer bosses kind of prevent you from doing that, because they all have debuff removal, team buff removal, some of which ignores ally buff removal resistance. Bond 10 Edison. Edison is one who has avoided me all these years. I've debated picking him up from a 4-star ticket, but at the same time, there's a lot of fun gacha 4-stars. Like, you did see that I do like to use Adelante Alter, and she could definitely use more NP levels for... Although I suppose she also doesn't have face card damage, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, what was I going on about? Oh yeah, Hephaestus. Yeah, you can tell the 5th Lost Belt went through a lot of revisions. Like, even the fact that Europa had to ban her as one of the main featured ones of Atlantis, and yet she wasn't even in there, tells you that she was originally planned to be more relevant. Likewise, Hephaestus mentioned that one side of him chose to side against humanity, but then when you meet him in Olympus, oh no, it turns out he did side with humanity after all. So yeah, you can tell they had a completely different story in mind at one point, but they had to rewrite it as they went. And yeah, I do get it, that happens. I mean, Akira Toriyama was not planning on Goku being an alien from outer space from the start of Dragon Ball, but that's what happened. Since Hephaestus isn't here to defend himself, I feel I should tell you the machines probably don't go bald. Something about that Teamy guy bothers me, though. I can't tell why. Do you know why? Probably because he was a child like you. There are things that mattered to him, it just took him too long to realize how important they really were. Wait, does that mean we heard him when he said it? Oh wait, I guess I should have gone with them before he died. With the ticket this year? I'm kidding. Good luck. I'm debating on it myself. Part of me wonders if maybe I should push for the last NP level on my Summer or Mordred, but I guess we'll have to see. I might even get one for collection. Like, you saw I have Emiya here. I got that from the Fate Stay Night ticket because I wanted for collection purposes, to be blunt. I know Seba is the best one, hands down, and I mean, for good reason. Not only is she the only 5-star of the group, she's almost always been one of the most powerful sabers in the game. But yeah, I think I'm in good shape, especially since, in general, I'd say the Knight classes are where I have the best stuff. Like, I have 3 Grailed Sabers, Jason, Lakshmi Bai, and Suzuka Gozen. Of course, I have Vitra for Tama Lancer, and yeah, that's it for that's more than enough for Lancers, honestly. I did have Santa Nightingale Grailed. That was a fun one. That ticket for a night was useless to me. All the Stay Nights are MP5'd me. Yeah, they do love to have raid-ups on the Stay Night servants pretty often. It's almost like that's their main selling point. Or something. And that's why they have so many clones of Rin, Sakura, and Shiro. I'm glad to see the dinos are enjoying our stories of Atlantis. At first I thought telling them the other Lost Belts is a bad idea, but it's alright, Mash. This is what the King of Dinosaurs, above all, we ourselves wanted. As for you, Master, I must thank you for your judicious and objective account of these events. Hey, if anything, should we be thanking you? We're grateful for what I've done. Honestly, let's add Tepu to this. Tepu should be our partner from Lost Belt 7 made to a bronze servant. I don't care who he's fused with or whatever bullshit they write to make it so that he can be summoned. I just want him summonable. Really? You didn't get even get a USO for Saber? That's rather frustrating. Did you at least get the gold, I guess the gold ones, although that feels like hardly, yeah, gold prisms honestly don't feel as valuable as they once were. I remember when I first started in, like, year 2, oh, they felt, like, really rare and valuable, but nowadays it feels like the only thing I can buy with them are the, Bond Grails, but as you mentioned, they cap out pretty quickly for each individual servant, and I'm not someone who uses the entire roster unless it's an event that has that. Maybe I should be. Maybe it's on me for not doing that, but at the same time, I do have favorites for a reason, you know? And even then, I guess theoretically I'd still run out of Bond Grails eventually, because I'm not going to waste my time with straight-up trash ones like Gilda Ray Caster. I'm sorry, you're not going to make me. Suicide, the first dinosaur ever. True. First dinosaur discovered? Ah, I do believe I know what you're referring to. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, the one in the British Museum. All you dinos who showed up late to repairing the border, showed up to help with the repairing the border have been a huge help. And above all, welcomed us with open arms, despite knowing the relationship between our timelines. Is that why? Is that something to be grateful for? We didn't know everyone else would be understanding as you. Ah, now I see. It's because you come from the correct history, and we come from one meant to be pruned away? Then please rest assured, we dinos have never been much for comparing ourselves to others. That guy's more talented than me. That guy's luckier than I am. I'm gonna take what he's missing and knock him down a peg. We don't get those feelings. We just never compare ourselves to others. You never compare yourselves. That's right, so we have very little interest in how things could have been different for either of us. We'd much rather hear stories of other possibilities. Quite simply, the dinos are enthralled by the pictures your stories paint. Difficult journeys, enjoyable ones you wish to overcome, those you wish you didn't have to leave behind. You've experienced so many different kinds. As a result, your words spark with a life of their own. The passion you so clearly feel brings these perished worlds back to life for us in the form of your stories. So you dinos have been enjoying yourselves at Lostbelt as if you've been there yourselves. I didn't even think one of you had a curious bone in your body. As a consequence, I'm left unprotected. What happened to my security detail? Well, idiot, I only agreed to become the Dino's king because you said they'd do whatever I told them. You say that, but weren't you enjoying yourself too, King? Especially the parts of Lodidius is. I remember you shouting, hell yeah, deserves your pride and way to go. He looked pretty excited. Idiot, it's not the Lostbelt talk I was enjoying. Anyway, it's time for the sun to rest. Forget the other worlds now and tend to your own lives. To their credit, Odysseus was the first one who said, okay, Chaldea, they are our threats, kill, kill. But to be fair, he does have good reason to be that way. In fact, Olympus was the first time we genuinely realized that having friends or allies there wouldn't be easy, because we only basically managed to work with the few people we did because they wanted their timeline to end on already. Anyone else, well, they had no reason to be on our side, so we had to be very careful. It was genuinely like a stealth mission. That was what I really liked about the 5th Lostbelt, flaws and all. That's why I know a lot of people put Olympus on the lower half, but I still genuinely loved it as a story, especially with how much we had to be wary about everything, including working around Coin Sky, because that was when we first... It was hinted before, but that's when we first discovered, yeah, she wasn't one of the servants summoned by the foreign god. I do love a lot about the Lostbelt storylines. The only thing that I was disappointed by was what I mentioned back in the first part, where they kind of abused the power creep a little too much, where each one is... They did manage to avoid a bit with, like, Lostbelt 2. Scotty was technically more powerful than, like, QSH on the Lostbelt 3, but since she was not hostile, she was fine trying to negotiate, so she wasn't necessarily the biggest threat. And of course, Surtur stole a lot of power and stuff to fight her, and the fact those two clashed with each other was the big reason we were able to take him out and all that. But once we got to around Lostbelt 4, they just straight up said, yeah, everyone prior is nothing compared to Arjuna Altar, but then, oh, the guys of Lostbelt 5, Arjuna Altar is nothing compared to Zeus, for example, and then, oh, Zeus is nothing compared to, but Zeus and Arjuna bow down and worship, oh yeah, first, bow down and worship, Ibuki as their god, but, oh wow, Ibuki, now that was a complete waste. She shows up for like a few minutes, everyone's in awe of her, but then she just dies because Doman has to take over. Kinda funny. But yeah, then the power creep goes even higher with Morgan and Cernunnos especially. And, yeah, that's the only real complaint I have about all this. I was a bit disappointed about how everyone asked why their timeline has to die and ours has to live, and our character just straight up couldn't give them a satisfying answer, but luckily that also stopped at around Atlantis and Olympus. That's when Ritsuka finally goes, well, because only one timeline can exist, and it's only natural for us to want to defend our own. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing evil or good, for that matter, about survival. It's expected. Alright, Dinos, get out of here. I want you all back to your quarters when I light the bonfire. If you still want to talk about these stories, go back and do it with your families. Time's precious, don't waste it. I'm one of those people where when I find something I like to pick it apart, try and find what works and what doesn't, kind of see what makes it tick, you know? Which is also why I can ruin the magic for a lot of people. Like, for a lot of people, let me go with another franchise completely. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is one of those where people live and swear by whatever Pokemon comes out of their personality test. For them, it's a magical thing that tells them their most accurate Pokemon. But since I've looked under the hood, that magic is... Well, I'm not sure if I'd say it's gone so much as it's changed with a different one, because I know exactly how it works and how it was put together. That's a neat bit in of itself, from my perspective, but for some it kind of ruins the magic and becomes soulless or lifeless, so not always the best to have at parties. Return to the throne, you come too, idiot. Why? I don't have any business with you right now. I like to think they put a mental block because they wouldn't be able to handle the lives they basically killed. I mean, I get what you mean, but at the same time, there's a lot of... At the same time, it's like, well, ours are already... Well, at the same time, it's them or us, so there's really only so much you can do. Because don't forget, Ritsuka has their own group of people as well, their own Earth waiting for them, even if it's taken a big hit. We still need to figure out a way to undo the bleached Earth problem, but hey, we were able to solve the incineration of humanity, and that also technically already happened by the time we did the singularities. The world had already ended when we did the first season of Grand Order, so... Well, for lack of a better term, the first season of Grand Order when we fought Gotia, so... Goetia? Gotia? Goda? I've seen it pronounced like 12 different ways. I have no idea how it's pronounced. But I do believe the English dub just called him Gotia. But yeah, the first arc against Gotia, the world had technically already ended. The world had already burned to a crisp, so they need to... Oh yeah. In a way, I'm kind of looking... Yeah. They're getting a lot of therapy. Not to mention, the world was incinerated and lost a year, and now the world's been bleached, and now we've lost... I don't even know how many more years. I think, technically speaking, we're still in 2017 in the JP server, 2019 in NA, but time is kind of wonky right now. So yeah, the world ended once, and then it ended again, and we've had to keep restoring it. Now, there's a lot of debate as to what they're going to do after the Lostbelt story ended, and I'm going to say right now, they're absolutely going to start a part 3. The only question is, are they going to do another grand scale with Ritsuka, or are they going to bring in a new protagonist? Because that seems to be the main thing that's being debated right now. Because let's be real here, so the higher-ups are absolutely not going to let FGO ever end. Not while it's making money hand over fist like it still is. I mean, didn't Summer or Resh bring it to, Didn't Summer bring it to the top most profitable mobile game for that year, right then and there? Yeah, there's no way it's going anywhere. But I wouldn't mind if they start scaling it back a bit, because like I said, the power creep, or rather spectacle creep, is constantly getting there, because each boss being nothing compared to the next boss in a constant line, it's just tiresome, you know? Oh yeah, new protagonist with our previous player character being the director or whatever would be nice. Or maybe have Ritsuka retire somewhere and the new protagonist starts to take over. That's all. Be nice because, yeah, they can definitely tell a story without having to make it to huge. And this is actually why I'm actually looking forward to the filler arc coming up. Because to my understanding, they actually finally do cut back on the spectacle creep. And to my understanding, that's genuinely to its benefit. So fingers crossed. They probably should have waited until after the Lostbelt storyline finished like they did Epic of Remnant, but... what can you do? You haven't touched the Soul Assurance and started handing around Chaldea, right? Don't you need to hear the whole bunch of opinion to know what's that? What? The no skin off my nose if you bite the dust result. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Okay, everyone, I'll spend the night at the altar. See you all tomorrow. Protag be Mash. Mash gonna leave Senpai. Yeah, I expect if Ritsuka leaves, Mash will probably leave with them, although obviously she'll still be in the, still be playable. Kind of like how Musashi has the data loss thing going on, but you can still play as her just fine in the game, because, it'd be a little silly if they refuse to let you use a character you might have potentially wailed on. Looks like everyone's gone home. Oh, right, I've got some good news for you two. Both the Stormbore's command room and Kadok's room have all been fixed up. So if you want, you can spend the night on the border from now on. Is that what you want to do? I'd like to keep staying at Tepu's house while in the city. Same, besides it's a lot cooler at night. Yes, and now we can have dinner with Olga. There's a new corn recipe I've been wanting to try. Da Vinci, is something going on with you, Olga? Yeah, Chaldea staff came in on a consensus. Even without her memory, she's dangerous. Above all, she's the enemy waiting for us at the end, but she's also been helping us here. With that in mind, none of the staff voted to turn her help away. Having said that, more than half are against her coming aboard the Stormboarder, myself included. If we can negotiate peace, that would be the best possible option. True, we can defeat an enemy through ways beyond just, you know, punching it to death. So if we could just talk her down into not ending the world, that would be quite ideal. I mean, hey, if we can get on her good side, maybe we could even get her to restore the bleached earth. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, she is now. There's a possibility, albeit a slim one. You see, once she regains her memories, it's over. Trismegius says her memory loss is temporary, brought on by physical dysfunction. Once she makes a full physical recovery, her memories will return, meaning she'll once more be an enemy of humanity. When that happens, we won't be able to avoid a fight. As we are now, we stand no chance against the foreign god, even as weak as she is now. For the moment, all we can do is finish repairing the ship before she regains memories and power and make sure we have all our ducks in a row. After that, we have to make a choice. Do we trust her or not? Do we take the initiative or not? So we're attacking if we should attack before she does. Even if we were on the storm border completely repaired, we still wouldn't, even if the storm border was completely repaired, we would not stand a chance against a fully powered foreign god. That was made pretty clear when we challenged her and lost. To be fair, they did establish that, yeah, that she actually might have been killed if we had managed to land that hit. Unless they want to go with the unique hit and have the story set in the future. Actually, I do kind of think that's creative if it was Mash or Ritsuka's kid, but the thing is, the problem with that is, right now the story likes to have it both ways. They want to have the protagonist attached to MASH, but they also want the Valentines and other scenes to allow you to waifu as many other servants as you like. And if they decided to make the child of MASH and Ritsuka, that would basically canonize that, yeah, MASH won and none of the others you like made it. Which might be disappointing, because there's a lot of people who, well, there's plenty who straight up find MASH boring, and while I wouldn't inherently disagree, I do see where they're coming from, especially since she's only had some really good character development fairly recently. Because she was definitely a bit dull during the first season, the first story arc, during the Godia story arc. That's also something I was a bit iffy on, because if they want us to project ourselves in the character, then that means we need to be allowed to turn down Mash's feelings and go for ones we might prefer. Meanwhile, if they want to have Ritsuka as a full character in of themselves, that's fine, but that also means you can't allow them to waifu just about anyone, even though I imagine some would. Lost. So if we're gonna attack you, Olga, the foreign god, it needs to be now before she regains her memories. I understand thinking, but actually doing that's terrible. Attacking the enemy is one thing, but if we use to attack an ally who trusts us. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. If someone who committed a grave crime has lost their memory, do you still punish them? They, technically speaking, still commit the crime, but at the same time, they're basically another person now, so you're punishing that person for their, what might as well be a past life? Curiouser and curiouser. So you're against it, got it. What about you, Master? Are you in favor of it? Yeah, see what I mean? This goes back to what I said. If they want us to be able to project anything, you need to have it. I don't mind if the story progresses the same way no matter what. Because obviously, even if we said yes here, the fact we're clashing with MASH would mean it's impossible to make a final decision right now, so they'd probably be having an easy time having the story continue the same no matter what. But this is definitely a fixed, yeah, Ritsuka has to feel this way. Strictly speaking, we could kill her right now, especially if we could talk Kukul Khan into helping us, because we've already confirmed that Olga is not nearly as powerful. Sure, we'd have to deal with Kirei as well, but, something tells me most would probably enjoy that. That's a relief to hear. Now I'm sure things will work out. Even once you two learn we might be able to win, you still refused. You chose emotion over cold logic, and that makes the difference. For better or for worse, humans are reciprocal creatures. If we're treated in cold and calculating matter, we respond in turn, and the same is true of kindness and trust. That means there's a chance your feelings here will lead us to the result we want. But this is also kind of a big deal. Because when Olga retains her memories, she will remember that we helped each other out, and we were good friends, of course. And that alone could be enough to make her feel like, maybe this is unreasonable. Maybe I should rethink things. I mean, obviously it would still take some negotiation to get things going, but it could at least make her less dedicated to her eat or tea plan, you know? Namely, a chance we still be our friend when she regains our memories. Yeah, regaining her memories, they will not replace her current ones, you know? We straight up lied and used her. That would be a way to spin it, yes. But that's the thing, if we were just going to lie and use her as necessary, then there's absolutely no reason not to kill her while Kukulkan is with us. Because remember, it's already confirmed Kukulkan is stronger than her. Or if we could talk Kukulkan into helping her end it, we could then do that, deal with this Lostbelt, and then basically not have to worry about the Lostbelt replacing our timeline. We'd only have to worry about undoing the bleaching of Earth thingy. Because that's kind of the big thing. We have because right now, like Da Vinci said, cold hard logic is there's no reason for us not to just kill her right now, while not only is she not hostile, but we have an ally that is guaranteed to win if we utilize her. So that's the refusal to do that's definitely going to be something that Olga cannot overlook, even if she wants to. I think that would be the best possible outcome as well. I mean, look, she's enjoying herself now. Even Kadok said so. As much as Mash changes, the changes in her are even an even bigger surprise. I don't know much what kind of connection she has with the original Olga, but she's a lot more playful at heart than I realized. She's maybe great at predicting results, but has no understanding of nuanced feelings like this. So even Kadok agrees. Yep, so with that in mind, I'd like you to keep the relationship you have going. I'd still rather she not come aboard the ship, but if you insist, I'll reconsider. The other staff have some legitimate concerns too, but if push comes to shove, we can manage something, I think. Some kind of compromise. And we can't go too far from the border, but I'd like you two to continue staying here in Chichen Itza. Just make sure you're on time for a morning briefing tomorrow. We've been putting it off for a while now, but starting tomorrow, we're resuming our original mission plan. Conquer this Lost Bar and find ORT. So keep your wits about you. Looks like we've lost about 2 or 3 days to this then. And remember, it's 10 days before ORT returns and ends the world, so... And given the scale of power we're working on here, it's obviously even more powerful than Ceranos and Oberon, and given that was strong enough to stretch over and destroy our world outside in the bleached earth as well, there's no question ORT will end both this one and our world. We need to stop it at all costs, and I need a drink. My throat is killing me. Oop. Also state for the record that at no point did we ever force Olga to help us. We did ask her for help here and there, and we gave her options here and there, but never at any point did we compel her. Alrighty. We're back, Tepu. Where's Olga Marie? Is she back yet? No, I don't think she is. I did see her on the main street, though. Look, she was headed towards the altar. We must have just missed her. I'll go look for her. No, let me go. I'd like you to stay here and mash the corn mash. Oh, I get it. Mash the corn mash. I prefer that, too. The corn you crush with their shield is so smooth and soft, you can't even tell it used to be corn. It's by far the best mashed corn I've ever had. I'd love to see you use your shield to grand cocoa beans next. Oh, thank you. I'm honored. Good. They appreciate... Though I doubt the rest of the round table knights will be happy about this. Yeah, as a reminder, Mash's shield is the actual round table. I don't know if it's the repurposed table or a piece of the table, but it is the actual Knights of the Round worked at. That way it would be easier, since by definition it's designed to be a thing that heroes naturally gather around and make a good conduit for summoning other heroes, just because it's, you know, natural, a place that heroes gather around. Oh, hey, it's you, Olga Marie. What, I wasn't hiding to avoid an awkward situation or anything. I just felt like a little detour. You know how it is. Sometimes take a few odd turns or flying around. Well, I guess I wouldn't know since I don't fly. Right, you can't, can you? I guess humans and dinos have that in common. Well, to be fair, there is that pterodactyl. Pterosaur. So what is already? Stop me for a reason, right? Well, we haven't had a chance to talk lately, so I figured we should be taking that. Well, yeah, because I've been avoiding you. I see, so you're here in your capacity as my secretary. Admirable work ethic. I suppose I can head back then. I already have a perfect understanding of Chichen Itza's layout anyway. At this point, I could handle an Ocelotl invasion no matter what tricks I might pull. Won't even be hard. And not that I have a reason to defend the city. Is it protecting humankind central to your presidential platform? So how are things with you? Are the Stormboat repairs going well? I've noticed a lot of Dinos coming and going. Looks like they're enjoying learning about technology from proper human history. You guys are good at making friends, aren't you? You do the same thing with me. We're actually resuming our original mission in the command room tomorrow morning. Oh, the bridge of your ship I visited. So you managed to restore its power. I'd rather not see that Gordolf guy's face again, but I'd love to see that place up and running. You said tomorrow. What kind of mission are you guys resuming? To find ORT. Having said that, more than half of our against coming aboard Stormboard, myself included. Oh, Master? Okay, I have to ask. Is it okay if I come along too? You know what? Of course. Forget, I changed my mind. I don't care about your ship. Besides, unlike you, I don't need a vehicle to fly. I only promise to accompany you into your rendezvous with Chaldea. Go back without me. I want to spend some more time around the city, but save me some cornbread. I do really like it. Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know what it is you're apologizing for, but if there's something weighing on your mind, maybe asking about it will help. Is there anything I wish to ask you? Okay, I see. Good. Honestly, I don't think I could have answered you. Oh. I think she's just as torn up about this than as we are. Because it was implied she got some of her memory back. I wasn't clear if she got all of it back yet or not, but she definitely awakened something in there. And I imagine that's precisely why she's avoiding us, because she knows she has a difficult decision to make. Now granted, Kirei is supposed to follow her no matter what, so if she chooses to change her plans, he does need to do that too, but I know well, it's Kirei. Why are we even pretending he's not up to something? Do you see Walk-chan? No, just forget it. You have an early morning, right? Go then. Shut down for the day, enjoy those dreams, whatever. So good night. Fragment. Lostbelt 7. The fragments. Long time no see, present girl. Have you come for your revenge? I gotta say, I'm amazed you survived that. Guess you're right to call yourself a god. So all three of you are still alive. What an odd quirk of fate that we're all here together the moment the world ends, even if it's more of a preview. Is this really what you want, David? Kirsteria rebelled against the foreign god's machinations. He tried to use his tree of emptiness to evolve humankind. But you're trying to eradicate us? That's no different from the foreign god's efforts to erase human history. I don't know who I am. Because after that servant killed me, I temporarily reset myself to reduce the strain that comes with a reboot. When I woke up, all I could remember was my name, purpose, and information I probably acquired from video records in an external storage unit. I'm an alien. My purpose is to take charge of the foolish humankind and save the planet. Those two things were all I remembered. I have to say, even dead, I did a stellar job. There's no way anyone could misinterpret something so simple. But maybe this was due to my reset. When I lost the ornaments that made me who I am, it exposed some parts of me which had until then been hidden. I began to feel my feelings more freely. Put differently, my judgment was impaired. I began ignoring my assigned order and instead prioritized my own decisions. So I chose courses of action simply because I thought they were good. I like doing that. I don't understand why, but when I was traveling with the Master to Chichen Itza, the best word is I felt fulfilled. I was also interested in the organization they said they belonged to. When I told them I'd help them, my brain was absolutely flooded with dopamine. And so I just chose to ignore the differences between Earthlings and myself. I had the sense that everything would kind of work out somehow. Even though I have no idea who I really am. Yeah, putting that in a different formatting really helps emphasize it. I like it. I'm here, I'm finally here. I'm seeing the best scenery in all Chichen Itza with the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on. I was completely at a loss for words. After I spent the whole day with Waka-chan the warrior as he showed me around the city, the last place we visited was neither a glamorous meeting hall nor a noisy stadium. It was a tranquil but unremarkable landscape offering nothing more than a peaceful view of the entire city. It's pretty bright, sunlight's great, but I really love these nighttime lights. They say the bonfire is just to keep the darkness away, and that sunless nights are supposed to be for resting. But I like seeing the dinos' shadows cast by the flames. I like the pictures they paint on the walls. I guess it feels really like living somehow, not just surviving like in the jungle. It's like we're leaving behind proof we exist in places where there usually wouldn't be any. I know they're just shadows, but whenever I see one that looks like my old man, it always reminds me of him. I didn't say anything in response. I couldn't, because that's where it hit me. This is a truly tranquil world. Dino society is downright utopian compared to human society. There's no comparison. The fact the strongest warrior's favorite place wasn't an arena for him to demonstrate his combat, but a quiet place overlooking the city is undeniable proof. Olga, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Did you bang yourself? But I don't see a wound. This is exactly the kind of world I wish to create before I wound up like this. Even so, I can feel myself rejecting it. It's a wonderful world, but I have no place in it. I'm a sort of being who burns places like this to the ground. This is wrong, too different. What's different? The way you look? The way you're shaped? I mean, it's obvious. Yeah, you're obviously different from us in the Masters group, but that doesn't bother me. All that matters is what's on the inside, and your heart's beautiful. Your heart's the kind of color I saw the stars in the observatory when I was a kid. Spiky, cool, got all 7 colors of the rainbow. It's not shaped like anyone else's. My judgment was impaired. I was prioritizing my emotions. I've had it go away. Get out of my sight. Olga, why is it you're so mad? I've always hated lizards. The moment I saw you, was sick to my stomach, and you put yourself on the same level of humanity. A species ugly and stupid. You could never be on par with humanity. Oh, wow. I was so harsh with him. And so the Dinos, once free-spirited, innocent, larger than life, slunk away, seeming like he'd shrunk to half his size. I see. She was harsh with him because she needed him to leave, to abandon her. She couldn't stand him fawn over her so much. Though she did also just straight up say that she felt... No, yeah, she just straight up said she doesn't feel like she belongs here, so she needed to make sure to create some distance. I feel a wave of self-loathing so intense it makes me dizzy. My body's functions fluctuate as how sorry I feel for what I did to Waka-chan. I was lashing out, aggressive, short-tempered, and cowardly. I didn't have the courage to stop him from leaving, nor apologize. Even now, I don't have the courage to join everyone else, so I'm spending another night wandering aimlessly alone. Still, I have no idea what to do. My memory reset was only temporary. I can remember what I forgot if I see it again, which is why Tez Cat, seeing him made me remember something. He killed me once. I remember that was what he did. He called me the foreign god. I am the foreign god, Chaldea's sworn enemy. I may be proud of being an enemy of humanity, but I don't want to think about being an enemy of Chaldea. I don't think I can go back to Tepu's house right now, not until I get my emotions sorted out. Wow, I didn't even realize the sun had left. Those proper human history stories are interesting. So much more I want to hear about the Lostbelts. That Greece place sounded awesome. I'd love to visit myself. They said the machines, the storm border were all over the world. Can you imagine? The main street was filled with dinos talking about Chaldea. I guess the master's telling them stories of the Lostbelts and the Zakt Shrine. Why would they bother? Why would they bother telling the dinos that? It'll just let the dinos find out who did all this. Maybe they don't know I'm the foreign god. No, of course they don't. If they did, they never would have let me come along with them. Master doesn't know. Master doesn't know. Nobody at Chaldea knows. They can't know. They can't. I'm not Dinos. I'm not human. I don't belong anywhere. But you know, as much as I'd like to hear more stories. Yeah, I know what you mean. Proper mystery stories are fun, but they're also really sad. Fun, but sad. Of course they are. We could never really be part of the group, no matter how much we want to. Forget it. I'm gonna have to stop thinking. I'm gonna forget I'm the foreign god and go back to who I was before I went to Mexico City. But when I was about to completely give to desperation... Hey, you. There you are. Hey. I saw the master waving coming my way. So this is a recap on what happened up to this point. So that's why the dialogue option only gave us 1 for those. Neat. The Kingdom of Corpses. That's not a completely massively ominous title, is it? Nope, not at all. Section 12. The Kingdom of Corpses. Good morning. Good morning. You are the first one up today. Nice to see you seem to have gotten a good night's rest. You old Marie told me to go to bed early yesterday. You know, Father Kodamini left me with a message, so it's about her. Not so long ago, I'm sure I would have only told you the message contents and not been able to imagine how I might feel, but... No, never mind, let me just give it to you. Chaldeans, I know this is short notice, but the young Miss and I have decided to part ways. Though she's yet to regain her memories and not sure who she really is, she said, and I quote, "I'm sick and tired of dumb dinos, weak as earthlings, and stupid, sweltering Mictlan. We will therefore be leaving the Lostbelt tonight. I'm sorry I can't be present for a confrontation with Daybit, but as the young Mrs. Butler, I'm obliged to obey her. I wish you luck in your endeavors, Shepherd of the Lost Sheep, Father Kodamine." And end. Ah, she's already gone? Yes, and one more thing. Kodamine asked me to give you this as well. The carving is this bark what you call English? Or Japanese? Right, when it comes to dubbed Japanese shows and games, it's very difficult to tell. Anyway, she made this for you. I cannot help you save the Earth, I'm sorry. I see, so you, Olga Marie, and Rasputin are gone. I actually saw Olga Marie. The foreign god's signal had disappeared from our instruments. I was only able to follow it part way, but it looks like she was headed towards the surface. Well, the first stratum. Well, she didn't attack us, so this suggests she hasn't regained her memories yet. She may not have liked me much, but I felt more like she saw me as a rival than an actual enemy. If anything, it seemed like she was fond of us, especially the Master. And Mash, but she left without saying goodbye? Was she offended by how wishy-washy we were about including her? I know what that's like. Hell, I don't know what it's like to not feel that way. Every time I joined a club at university, I felt like I was the only one who didn't belong. It's hard. It feels like lying on a bed of nails, and above all, my fierce pride couldn't take it. I bet it was Rasputin's idea. I know I told him they should leave. But seeing the Master's response and Master's responsive makes me wonder if I was wrong. No. Deep down, I was secretly hoping you, Olga Marie, would officially join Chaldea in the end. I'm gonna miss her too. Yeah, she was the foreign god, but she was hilarious to watch, and gaps in her knowledge of defense so big could drive a bus through them. If I managed to take advantage of even one of those things and analyze her, that would have made it really easy to find out what exactly the foreign god is. Why she looks like Chaldea's former director, and how she incarnated into a beast spirit origin. Alright, everyone, chin up. No harm has been done, so no cause to be depressed. We may have lost our chance to verify it, but the good news is she's still suffering from the fact she's still suffering memory loss is good news. This gives us an opportunity to complete one of our objectives, stop the foreign god from fusing with ORT. I agree, heartless as it sounds, there's no sense in discussing this further. You, Olga Marie, is no longer helping us. She's our enemy once more, and that's how I'm gonna think of it. Got that? Oh, but maybe she hasn't left for good. She could come back. That is possible, yes. So if you do run into her again, make sure you're ready to defend yourselves. That said, if she comes to us asking to talk instead of attacking, I won't force you to strike first. If it comes, I'll leave the decision up to you, got it? Now repeat what I Go on, repeat what I said. Thank you, Captain. That's not what I said. Anyways, why are you thanking me? Because it shows not only trust us, but her too. That means he believes she's still open to negotiation to some degree. Otherwise, he'd refuse to entertain the idea. Yeah, maybe you're right. That Marine didn't have any unique skills separate from the rest of us, but he was a much better judge of character than I've ever been. Yeah, remember, the Nemo Marine may be dead, but there was still a fragment of Captain Nemo. So he still got all the information from them. Alright, looks like a lot longer than I expected, but it's finally time to start staff briefing. First, confirm our main objective. Primary one, as we just mentioned, was to neutralize and stop her from fusing with ORT. Our secondary objective was to exercise the South American Lostbelt. Actually, it's Mesoamerican, but for some reason we're going to keep calling it that. And to ensure the last cryptor, Daybit. And capture the last cryptor. Obviously, things have changed since then. There's been no shortage of surprises in this Lostbelt, and now we have to rethink how to handle these two objectives. For one, now the foreign god's suffering from memory loss, she's not even thinking about fusing with ORT. Meaning Daybit, the cryptor, and his servant, Tezcat, are now trying to use ORT for their own ends. If what you saw in Mexico City is in fact a vision of the near future, then we must begin by considering how to prevent it from coming to pass. Right you are. Unfortunately, the Ortonax contained no video footage of the collapse of Mictlan, the Earth that the Master reported. So it was not because it didn't record it for the span of time, but you see, that footage, the only footage, that footage was lost. We therefore have no choice but take our field operative's word for it. I see, so it's kind of like a gap in the data, like it was never there to begin with. Still, I have to ask, are you sure the whole Earth was falling apart? It was an illusion of forced perspective or something along those lines. No, there's no question here. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, I'm not just talking about your testimony. I'm talking about David's absolutely insane plan. Isn't he working for the foreign god? And does the foreign god wish to rule Earth? So how could she possibly rule the planet if it no longer exists? Coin Sky, do you have any idea what he's thinking? And the fact is, you did used to be on the Cryptor's side, so you must know more than anyone else here. I'm afraid I haven't the slightest clue, and I'm not alone here. David was always enigmatic, even to the other Cryptors and the foreign god's disciples. Before the foreign god appeared here as you, Olga Marie, she was only focused on Lord Kisteria. She had less than no interest in the other Cryptors. Now that I think about it, though, she kind of seemed to be deliberately ignoring David. Well, more that she chose to leave him out of the plans. She never so much as gave him an order, never even said that she didn't care what he did. That's not how you treat a subordinate, if anything. Yeah, she was treating him like an equal or possibly superior. The foreign god and I signed a mutual non-aggression pact that let me do what I wanted, but the foreign god never had any authority over Lord David. Maybe David was never a Cryptor to begin with. Never a Cryptor to begin with? Does that mean he was never really on Kisteria's side? I see. Now I understand that file of Wody Maze I saw. What the file of Wody Maze I saw in Olympus was talking about. Kyrlite, David was a member of Team A, that's not in question. That said, he was never in the same position as us. He didn't owe the foreign god anything. For that matter, the rest of us never even heard of the word Cryptor until we were brought back to life. Me, Ophelia, Akuta, Beryl, none of us heard of it before, but it looked like David was already familiar. At the time I thought that name was like a blood oath sealing our vow against humanity, but I was wrong. It was actually the foreign god who told Kistaria that we were to be Cryptors. So calling Cryptors was not Wodame's idea after all. Then what are the requirements for being one? Do you just need to be a member of Team A? I'm not totally sure, but like I said, the rest of us only learned the name Cryptor when the foreign god resurrected us. What's more, there was a price to be paid if we were to be resurrected. Resolve the incineration of humanity. While we were in our coffins, the foreign god promised to resurrect us if we could prove we had the same power to resolve the incineration of humanity incident that the Master and Mash did. But that was impossible. Me, Ophelia, and everyone else on Team A were all dead in our coffins. It was not possible. I believe in an interview with the devs, it was stated that, yeah, Kadok was... pretty much none of the others except... only a handful of them could have actually succeeded if they were in our shoes. Like, he said Kadok could only possibly have beaten it if he had the Lostbelt version of Anastasia, the one he summoned in the story. But obviously, the Lostbelt Anastasia can't exist if he was in our shoes, so it's unlikely he and the others would have made it. The others basically require, I think, of them only... I think only Kusteria was capable of going all the way through. But then again, maybe even he didn't make it. After all, when we fought Kusteria, he had buffs from each of the singularities, except for the final one, which he never reached. It could be because he had no other partners for it, or it could be that he never won. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was a... I guess I could check my footage, though. Although I was using my weaker mic back then, I think. That might be annoying. We was hopeless. We couldn't have made it through the first singularity like that, so Wodime did it for us. He resolved the incineration all by himself several times over, so we wouldn't have to. He never said... Okay, so he did complete it, but... each person died a certain one. He never said anything about it, nor he threw it in our faces. He made sure we all had the same opportunities he did. Kept bumping my headset there. Yes, I have certainly could see him doing that. I understand how you feel, Kadok. It's okay. I'm a lot calmer now. I can just imagine the troubled expression on Wodame's face if he saw me making you sympathize with me like this. Anyway, my point is I never found any mention of David's resurrection. I'm just guessing here, but I think David somehow managed to resurrect himself. Apparently, the foreign god needed a certain amount of energy to resurrect us. In fact, it took the same amount of energy needed to clear the incineration of humanity. David managed it by generating all the energy on his own. I bet even the foreign god must have been at a loss. According to Wodame's records, the foreign god gave us only minimal support in our coffins by letting us use Kalea's summoning system to summon servants. But apparently David didn't even make use of that. So even though it was all just simulation, he still resolved the installation of humanity alone without a single servant. So he did all that without even a single heroic spirit. What the hell? What is he, some kind of supermaster? Was he being a jerk, showing off? Did he feel compelled to prove he's a better master by resolving without a single servant's help? It wasn't like that. Again, I'm quoting Wodame's records. David Semvoid was omitted because of his way of thinking living never belonged with humanity in the first place. I see, then he would have no choice but to satisfy this condition on his own. Because he's not part of humankind, and since he's not on humanity's side, he couldn't summon a servant even if he wanted to. Well, that is interesting. So he's an alien. Is he an alien too? Or was he also a servant himself this entire time? No, even if he was a servant, he'd count as humanoid enough, because sufficiently powerful casters can, in fact, summon servants of their own. It's not common, and not all of them can do it, but plenty of them can and have in the past. So, yeah, it can't be that he's a servant. He has to be an alien, or he could even be a demonkin of some kind. Ooh. Well, what matters is he's not human, so he has no possibility of summoning heroic spirit. And this means that he might even be more powerful than Tezcatlipoca. And remember, we have evidence that Tezcat, his summoned Tezcat, is actually a grand servant. Actually, that's the thing. Grand servants aren't supposed to be summoned unless a beast of humanity is present for them to fight. And even then, we only had ours in Olympus, summon a Grand Lancer in Olympus because of special conditions. Not only of there being a beast there, but also we also used Caligula as a very special, what's it called? Catalyst to summon an Aquarius. Or to summon Romulus Quirinius. So, there's a reason I keep saying damn near everything in this series is a yes but actually no situation. God, must be sound the alarm at the worst possible time somewhere. What is it anyway? We've got a problem. Something's rampaging. Even the Dinos are fleeing. We should suspend the briefing and see what's up? Got it. Master. We'll take care of it right now. Aw, man, we got wyverns. Habitrack, can you help us? Sure thing. I'll probably just never send Sex Acclame. I'll have it wrapped up in no time. That's interesting. They usually don't interrupt combat. I'm definitely using my own Habitrot. Assassina, so this is a caster time. I shouldn't be abusing Castoria, but I'm going to anyways. Yeah, they usually don't interrupt dialogue with fights like this. The early Singularities actually did have random fights in the middle of discussions, but that's because back then they didn't have 0 AP cost pure dialogue ones like they do now. Moving corpse. Oh, so this is why they're here. Sieg was definitely my biggest surprise. I genuinely couldn't stand him in Apocrypha, and yet, his writing in FGO made me like him enough to, like him enough to set him as one of my 100s. There was a time I was considering 120 for him, and to be fair, I technically could do that now that we have the, festival, the whole thingy. But,
すぎてもね。
Oh, darn it. Oh, well, that was easy. That wasn't easy. Oh, well, I can take care of all these guys, don't worry. Yeah, Sieg's arts buff really needs to last more than precisely one turn. I mean, his HP plus lasts for 3. His NP gain up lasts for 3 turns. Alright, we're gonna add everyone's attack stat here. With around Caliburn.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けて、アラウンドカリバーン。
転身開始。彼方への巡礼を。我が身は天の杯を抱えて飛ぶ。邪竜なり。万物誘拐。赤豹がアルグリーズ。
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna fail to kill all of these guys. Just look at this, it's easy. Hungry Bones. Alrighty, let's go with more Sieg. There's no, yeah, I can kill all 30 of these with no trouble whatsoever. There we are. I always freak out when it freezes after I take out all 6. Violent moan. Oh, I forgot to use Castoria's arts buff on Sieg. Whoops. But I guess the fact he spams it so much tells you just how good Sieg really is. He's genuinely one of the better welfares we've gotten, I think, especially since AoE farming casters are very rare for among free-to-plays. Alright, we're gonna go with Brave Trainer. Alright, go Daikokuten.
明かりを消してしまいましょう。ご来園ありがとうございました。
Wow, over 1 million damage. I probably should have put Sieg's after theirs, actually. Now, what's the overcharge for this one again? Decrease quick card. Earth. Okay, so the Earth special ones. Alright, here we go. Sieg should finish it, but if not, the Daikokuten rats should be able to handle it. Ah, did survive, huh? Oh. Yeah, casters also have a 10% damage penalty just for being a caster, which is really stupid if you ask me. Granted, at least for casters it makes a semblance of sense, since their original design philosophy was they're meant to be the supports rather than the combat ones, but... Well, when you have a weapon triangle that involves casters being effective against assassins, you're gonna want them. You can use a Zerk, but Zerk is only 1.5 times damage, casters are times 2, so having proper class advantage is kind of appreciated. Hello, Ryzun. What's with the stinky all of a sudden? Just been calling me that lately. Blade caster, indeed. Or punch wizard, where they cast fist. Yeah, all 30 of those were nothing compared to my NP spamming casters. Camazotz, it's Camazotz! It's the bat, the Shadow of Death is here, you didn't even wait for it to get dark. Run for your lives before he sucks your blood and turns your living corpse. More enemies approaching, there's still more coming, Master. Those footsteps are shaking the ground, must be mindless dinos. No present, no co-calling right now, so we'll need a servant to break the defenses. Or Mystic Code if you have one that can do the trick. Yeah, I'm gonna have to replace this guy with Sherlock, because Sherlock has an NP that bypasses their invincibility. I do appreciate them warning me, though. That's gonna make this a little easier. I would also believe there's a ability to remove it. Huh. Should I stick to this one, or should I go with one of these? Yeet and P gauge. I know there's one that can remove enemy buffs, I guess, but you know what, for now I'm gonna go ahead and just go with this one. Question myself why Berserkers are prone to everything. Well, at least for Berserkers it does kind of make sense, since the entire point of a Berserker is they give up everything for more offensive power, including defense. In fact, even a lot of Berserk status effects in other games will often result in lowering your defenses to add more damage. After all, the goal for a Berserker is to blitz down the enemy before they have a chance to deal much damage. Excellent. Execute all possibilities. Alright, I officially have Invul and Pierce with Sherlock, so this should be easy. I do have to be careful though, because Rulers take half damage from basically anything but Berserkers and extra classes, but you know, this is Zerk. I guess in theory I could have also brought Abby, but Abby can't remove that Invul, and buffs and squares cannot be removed. Though I guess I do know I have Mystic Codes that grant Invul and Pierce. Dead muscle. So Camazotz is where these dinos have come, those mindless dinos come from. Let's go with a Mighty Chain. This should break the bar. Yeah, see? Alright, let's see what he does with the bar break. Bloodthirsty Moan. Blood sucking. Oh right, he has Invul Pierce. Why did I even bother with that? Alright, what are these here? Absorb target's HP. Apply HP recovery during yourself when attacking.
気を注意
Alright, let's go with a mighty chain for the rats. Go rats. Squeak 'em.
明かりを消してしまいましょう。ご来園ありがとうございました。
Mochiwari.
夢の信じる者に
Crunch. Ah, saved by guts.
望まれることを望まれたように承知いたしました。
Alright, Sherlock, we're gonna need his crits. I'm pretty sure we can win with this. Yeah, because of the Daikokuten's crit breaks the first bar, that'll activate its guts, and then Sherlock can finish the rest. If not, I'll have to finish all next turn. Honestly, it probably is a little goofy that Castoria got an invuln that bypasses invuln Pierce. Yeah, I know there's a counter to it in the home server now, but they didn't need to have this silly arms race.
もちろん
Alright, if they didn't start having exceptions and all that. There we are.
大旦那様お見事でした。さすがです。天才です。
Excellent. Dust. Did that Dinos just turn to dust? I thought the same. It seemed like something other than pain or poison robbed it of its intelligence. Have you encountered Grandpa Assassin? Gramps has been... I have actually not pulled Gramps. He'd probably be a really good one. I hear he's especially really good in Grailfront. Meanwhile, my best Grailfront unit's probably Castoria. Even I'm surprised, and that's not supposed to be damning with faint praise. I'm just genuinely surprised how good she is when I brought her for supporting others, but she ended up soloing a bunch of stuff. Though granted, a few others I thought are a lot better, like Lakshmi Bai. Yeah, Lakshmi Bai definitely, he thrives in Grailfronts just because she has so much survivability and so much... She's a bit anemic in damage, but again, Grailfronts don't have inflated HP numbers that bosses have, so she actually doesn't have a problem destroying those with just her basic attacks chains. Oh, I never thought we'd run into monsters like that in a Lostbelt. I will be brief. You just fought a vampire. That Dinos must have been attacked by a blood-sucking monster and became one itself. As the animated corpses you fought prior to that one, must have been lesser familiars and ghouls. Such monsters are created by imbibing the blood of the undead, which cause them to instinctually seek more blood after death. They are the type of enemy we've not seen previously. They're also a foreign enemy, which normally would not be our problem. So as of now, as if David and Tezcat were not enough, it seems we must also address a new threat to Chaldea. That's not new at all. It's Camazotz. The Dinos even said so. Camazotz, as in one of the major dark gods of Zabalba, described in Popolva, a text of Mind mythology. Now that you mention it, I do remember seeing details about someone by that name in the Master's reports as well. Yeah, Camazotz is a pretty big deal as far as the villainous gods go. I know he's appeared in quite a few other places. In quite a few other places that like to draw from public domain. Because, you know, public domain is a pretty easy, free idea bucket for franchises. Are you sure that's him? Are you certain you're not mistaken or you misheard? According to Popolva, Camazotz was a monster to cut off people's head, drink blood, but said nothing about him being able to control the dead. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad. For Dinos, Camazotz is more frightening than the night. Whenever he shows up, all Dinos hide in their homes, and that means they won't be able to repair the border, so it'll take us longer to finish it. Well, I suppose our original plan to fix ourselves, so we haven't lost anything in a sense, but never mind our repairs. Isn't Chichen Itza in trouble? Yes, it is. We're in Chichen Itza territory right now. There's no telling what monster when the monster might head to the city. We have no choice but to defeat Camazotz. Besides, he's the one who's been using Master's command spells without his permission. I knew we'd have to face him eventually, so if that time is now, I have no objections. So he's the one with the command spells. Alright, don't blame me for being upset, Mash. Also, I'm surprised you already knew about Camazotz, Tepu. I thought you were meeting him for the first time back in the underworld with the rest of us. Well, that was my first time actually meeting him in person. He's the only being in Mictlan who is superior to us Dinos, which makes him a frightening figure. I just happened to not think of him that way myself. So when we met him, I only thought I had oh, so that's Camazotz. So the Dinos simply scared of him then. Well, I suppose that means it's up to us then. It's only right we repay them for all their help and hospitality. Go take care of Camazotz. I'll even send Sky for help. Wait, me? Why me? Oh, no particular reason. I certainly haven't been wondering how long Vixen means to keep mooching off us, wondering if she'll ever take a page from the Dinos book. None of that even occurred to me. Not once. Anywhere you get luck. Well, we could use some of her power to help out. Plus, she's a good supporter. I decided I'm coming along too. I already know which direction the ghouls came from. It's the jungle northwest of here. Same place you all went to look for food before. Wait, what did you just say? Khan ruins. Now we still have to figure out what Camazotz is doing here at all. It seems the others, including Tezcat, are aware of his presence, but the thing is, he's from the Mayan pantheon, whereas everyone we've met beforehand has been from the Aztec pantheon. So, why is he here, and why does he have our command seals after we gave them to Tezcat? I was so intrigued, so I decided to join you. He's probably hiding out in the ancient Khan ruins. It's a dangerous place, so this time I want to do everything I can to ensure your safety. This time, something happened in these ruins before? No, not a Khan. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Come, let's hurry. Tepu, he was talking about what happened with Marine. Are these Khan ruins dangerous? Khan was a city, well, kingdom really, that predated Chichen Itza. It's believed the Dinos who rebuilt Chichen Itza actually used Khan as a reference. That's news to me. What happened then? Did the kingdom decline naturally, or a later king decide to relocate the capital? We're not sure. To this day, no Dinos knows what Khan was like in its heyday. We don't even know what life was like for the Dinos who lived there, or why it ultimately disappeared. This was a long, long time ago, you understand. The only knowledge the priests passed down was knowledge acquired after Chichen Itza was completed. And remember, Chichen Itza was relatively recent in the grand scheme of things. Interesting, so this is a lost city that even the people who lived here were unaware of. Yeah, fun fact, the whole lost city trope came from when a lot of European explorers came to different exotic locales and saw ruins of cities. And rather than just, you know, ask any of the natives there if their people had been there, or if they'd moved somewhere, or if the people who lived there moved somewhere else, they just assumed it was some ancient, highly advanced race. Now, obviously, later ones were explorers were, you know, actually smart and asked for details for the locals, but it's just kind of funny how things can play out. That being said, we Dinos believe Khan's downfall had something to do with the fourth annihilation. So, Mictlan also experienced extinction events? No, it didn't reach a level of extinction. We Dinos survived, as you can see. I already told Father Kodamini, but according to Kukulkan, the sun once went into a hibernation of sorts. Consequently, Mictlan experienced a night which lasted for a very, very long time. In turn, the Dinos had no choice but to follow the sun's lead, close their eyes, and enter a very deep slumber. So they went to hibernation of some sort. In your terms, this sleep lasted about 100,000 years. When the sun returned, less than 10% of the Dinos had gone to sleep were able to reawaken. 100,000 years, and only 10% came back. There's no way it could have repopulated so few. Wait, now that I think about it, humans experienced a similar miracle several 70,000 years ago when modern humankind only existed in West Africa. There was a freak weather event that reduced the population to only 2,000 people. They survived a crisis through and eventually spread to other continents, eventually growing their numbers to 7 billion alive today. Although the way Tepu put it, it sounds like the Dinos were able to cryopreserve themselves. Maybe they have something similar to crytobiosis, the ability to let tardigrades survive even in outer space. That clinches it. The dinos are clearly a new type of prime species. One that was purposefully designed with a talent for genetic manipulation that never existed in human history. Oh, it's not much further to the Khan ruins now. Please watch your step, everyone. There are many offenses on the trip there. So these are these are definitely ruins, but there's something odd about them. Right, something feels off. Coin Sky, is something wrong? Something wrong? Perish the thought. I was just taking a trip down memory lane. More importantly, look up. Do you recognize those flappy sounds and that creepy laugh? How cruel. How endlessly cruel. You cluster yourselves in your weakness, cowering, trembling, you build walls, you prosper. Eventually have yourselves a kingdom. But no matter how you rack your brains, you're still hopelessly weak, and all that hard work wasted. In the end, all that remains of you are your bones and your ruins of your shattered, forgotten dreams. Yep, it's Batman. What can one do but laugh, but look down upon you in contempt? Truly, the tears of the weak are as sweet as the blue blood in their veins. How I've enjoyed waiting for you apes. It was worth the trouble of sending my messengers to get your attention. I'm accustomed to boredom, but don't take that to mean I'm anything approaching patient. You responded so quickly, the dinos could learn a lot from you in that regard. But faster isn't always better. I only count 3 servants, the shield girl, child scholar, that gussied up beast. Do you really mean to challenge me, the lord of the underworld, with this pathetic lot? Has Tezcatlipoca rattled you so much you forgot the foolhardy display of valor you showed in the underworld, priest of Chaldea? Fine, let's have your excuse then. Why have you underestimated me? Yeah. Are you and Tezcatlipoca in cahoots? What? That's certainly not what I was expecting. No matter, I do like an interesting question. Tezcat has paid me much in tribute, but no, we are not in cahoots. He forbade me from attacking the Oslame. I accepted in exchange for knowledge. After that, he proposed a new deal around the time you apes showed up. He said he wanted to change the nature of the layers of the underworld. I accepted in exchange for command seals. That's all there is to it. Doesn't change the fact that one day he and I will fight to the death over who rules Mictlan. But before that day comes, it's time to slake my thirst. Don't worry, all I need from you is your head. I do so love blood, but I hate having the same blood twice. Unfortunately, you all look alike. I can't be expected to tell an ocelot from a servant, so for my personal policy is to kill any creature whose blood I've tasted before. Would you like to know why? So I don't ever have to look at them again, so I don't have to resort to tasting their blood twice. So welcome, listen well, undead warriors of Kalaan. It's time to add to your ranks. Please set one of the following. If I choose a support, yeah, I can get Da Vinci. That is all. If I'm gonna be doing that, then I know who I'm gonna want. Oh no, they're not Foreigner, that's Pretender is what I want. Here we are. Yeah. She has a Berserker's effectiveness, but she doesn't have their weakness. Although granted, she doesn't resist them either. This is not the most ideal, I admit, but it's going to have to do. I should probably not bring the rats. Or maybe I should. Or maybe I'll bring Kichi Hogan instead. I haven't brought Kichi Hogan in a while. She deserves some love, too. I admit Tezcat is one assassin part of me is I know I'm gonna regret skipping, but I have to stay strong. Too many good stuff this year. Battle Infinity. Time to slake my thirst. What? All I need is your head. I welcome you all. Immortal Warriors of Khan, time to add your numbers. Interesting. Does that mean there were actually humanoids here at one point? But that shouldn't be possible. The time the Lostbelt split was before that happened.
今のうちに準備風に乗ってどこまでも白兵隊行きます。運命ですか。
This is probably not going to end well, but I have no choice.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Alright, give everyone a buff and defense buff. That way, whenever these bars, after these bars break, I shouldn't have any problems. Because a very common thing for a break bar to do is to have the enemy immediately fill their NP bar and force you to deal with the NP. Overgauge. Oh dang, 38% already. Huh. Come on, is this all you got, Kamazats? These guys are no rough at all. Magma weapon. Alright, Da Vinci, do your thing. If anyone survives, use a Brave Chain to finish it. Beautiful journey. Oh, it says Battle Infinity rather than, Oh, I see. In that case, I might be trying too hard. I should have just died instantly to finish it. So basically, there's infinite rows here. Here we are, Brave Chain. Mighty Chain. Right, Brave Chain is when you get extra attack when it's all from one servant. Mighty Chain is when it's a rainbow chain. Might as well prepare so the enemy's NP doesn't hurt too much.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。せーの。黄金律にも種類があるのさ。
Alright, this should finish off that guy and go to the next fight.
今のうちに準備私の方でやろうみたいのかい。駆け抜けるは先人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しいビューティフルジャーニー。いや
Oops, I forgot to use her buff. Oh well. I'm sure this can't end badly for everyone involved, including me. Okay, that was overkill anyways. Broke it. I see. These are indeed supposed to be really weak, but since there's an infinite number of them, we'll never run out. Alright, let's do this. Remove all debuffs and keep going.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。どんな嵐であろうともどんな未来を待とうともこれを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョーまた会おう諸君。
Oh, nice. Oh, he got bored and said, okay, okay, fine, you win. If I had brought Lady Avalon or something instead of... I could have theoretically kept this on for significantly longer. Is that all you got, Kamazots? You clearly need better minions. Truly spectacular fighting servants remind me of the good old Dark Ages. I never thought the billion souls and gallons of blood I consumed would one day be the driving force for all these skeletons. Is he embedding warrior souls into the skeletons? We can't even get near Kamazots with these skeletons. You have a shot, Koinskaya. I'm afraid not. This crowd of skeletons doing a wonderful job making obstruction themselves. Unfortunately for us, this is a perfect place for a necromancer. By my count, there's no fewer than 100,000 corpses buried here. Alright, well, let's go. We can't fight him here. That's right, I don't need the underworld to summon the dead. It looks like you apes can't see the blood threads I'm using to bind souls to the skeletons. Damn it, guy looks like an idiot, but he's really good at this. He's got us boxed in. We don't have a way out. I can force past them into the jungle, but I won't get more than a few meters. I don't think retreat's an option now, Master. Then we'll have to push through towards Kamazots. If we can't go backward, we'll have to go forward. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The moment Mash gets close to him, he'll retreat to the sky, and the skeletons will swarm her. We need a decoy, someone big and tough who won't get hurt in all this. Obviously, that has to be me. Alright everyone, I'll see you later. I should be able to hold out as long as the sun's here, but I'd be very much appreciated if you came to rescue me as soon as you can. Tepu? So that's the Dinos barrier the Master mentioned in his report. It's as strong as electromagnetic armor. there, I fired a volley of my prized napalms. Now we have a clear path into the jungle. It won't last long. I suggest anyone wants to live to come. Quickly, senpai. Hang in there, Teppu. We'll come back. Progress rewards. Alright, we're going in. We're going in again. Going in deep. We overheard everything on the comms. We know Teppu stayed behind in the enemy territory. I wish we could combat the enemy's numbers with our own, but we'll help save Master Teppu. We gotta. We can't handle Kamazots. He's too scary. I know we should be afraid, but I can't stop shaking. So Kamazots basically... Oh, get a hold of yourselves, Soccer Raptors. We're not going to demand non-combatants put themselves in danger. We need your speed. Run to the temple and fetch Kukulkan. She's ridiculously strong. She'll have no trouble handling hundreds of thousands of enemies. Our 7th bro is already doing that, but he screeched he can't find her anywhere. Damn it, she just does whatever she feels like. I suppose this is it, then. Coin Sky can't do much against skeletons since they don't desire anything, and with Captain unable to leave the border. Does this mean it's time for Kadok with his anti-beast to come and focus accustomed to fighting front lines? Scion. Oh. This does mean it's time for Kadok with anti-beast, so accustomed. Scion, expert alchemist and elite member of Atlas Institute, whose plans always go according to her calculations. Myself, an intellectual mage and expert commander whose issues order left and right from HQ, and Minori, who could probably also do something useful. I'm not really a combatant. I cannot use threads or pull off combos. Over the whole thing, it seems my time's come. Oh yeah, we'll barely fight zombies and with mummies. No one can match me in the art of necromancy. That Kamazot is even using zombies and skeletons shows how much he has to learn. If this demon claims to be a skilled summoner, I'll show him the might of Egyptian technique. The techniques that even takes our undead's comfort and well-being into consideration by ensuring they still have bodies. Oh, now that is confidence. I've never believed you were the same servant's been on losing streaks as I got here. Well said, Nitocris. This is your chance to redeem yourself after your humiliating loss to Tulok. Did you really need to... Lalok, did you really need to bring that up right now? Right, necromancy with necromancy. Yes, I can hear them, the voices of the dead. With so many here, even an inexperienced necromancer could embed them with vessels. He could call on 100 dead, to which he would only capture one. Call out to 100 dead, and he would only capture one. I doubt he cares who he gets as long as they can fight. So the others are just ghosting him? Or she can beat him. I am. This is where we fought that turkey. I remember his cry was no ordinary thing. I see now it's because it was calling out to the dead. That's why it affected me so much, because I can hear voices of the dead. I'm ashamed I didn't realize this and dismissed it as a healthy morning call. So you left your spirit channel on and dialed it to maximum volume. More or less, yes. It didn't do me any favors at the time, but at least I can make use of the experience now. I'm going to layer a spell that mimics the bird's cry over the necromancy, jamming his signal. Only a truly exceptional necromancer could hope to keep control of their familiars under those circumstances. So which set of ears do you use to listen to the dead anyway? Do try to keep your insolence to a minimum. As for my ears, it doesn't matter either way. We're here. These are the Khan ruins. Now where's Teppu? Ouch, these Khan soldiers are hurting me. Looks like he's not tired, but he's tired, but he's hanging in there. Oh, so you've returned, Chaldean boy. Good. Struggling with that really gets your blood pumping. So what'd you bring this time? A storm, a fire, a disease? It doesn't matter. The Khan warriors are indestructible. You never defeat them the kind of violence used on the live. They recognize each other? I don't know what's going on, but this would be our chance. I'll open my underworld mirror and cleanse the spirits that fill this land. Ah, you resume playing in the middle of a cutscene. Would you like to resume? Yes, please resume from where I left off, not from where not from the start, please, because that's a very long one. All right, here we are. We're back. Ah, a necromancer. I knew it. You should be ashamed. Revolted. I want to tear my own eyes out. It's hideous. Kill that woman, my warriors. Otherwise, she'll send you to a nightmare from which you'll never awaken. How dare you hear the voice of the dead even outside the underworld? There's only room in Mictlan for one necromancer, and that's me. You can't have infinite anymore, though. MASH is a necessary starting member, of course. And Nidocris. And of course, we're going to bring Ellie Chan, since this is a lot of knight classes, and pretenders are good against those. And she's the only one I have that's actually good at combat. The others are supports, after all. So, yeah, Ellie Chan needs this one. So the knight classes, I can't use an alter ego for that. I can use an extra, however. I haven't brought Kichi. Let's bring Kichi. Oh, I can bring one more. I forgot. You know what? Time for my ace up the sleeve. If all else fails, Vitra with her own summer CE will do the trick. I got a lot of these just because I have so many. I should probably raise a Buster one, though. I have Coin Sky after all, and there's a lot of Busters that are good for that. Alright, here we go. Buka. Sounds like a bunch of... I knew it! Necromancer! Shame on you, you should gouge out your eyes! Kill her warriors! Your crime of listening to voices of any other than the dead. It is unforgivable. Dead jamming. Dead jamming. Medium chance against undead when attacking. Dead jamming. Charge yourself at the end of the turn. Might as well keep Nido at full power here. Time for the full power NP against all of them. Yeah, normally gold enemies would be virtually immune to instant death, but that's not the case now. Cooldown reduced. Cooldown reduced. Seal of the Heavenly Destruction. That could potentially be a problem. Sadly, you're all dead now. Alright, time for Lord Camelot. Oh, it is Lord Camelot again. It's no longer Moldy Camelot. Nice. It still has Mold Camelot's animation, but... And since Nido is buffed significantly now... Oh yeah, the overcharge is huge death. Unfortunately, since the instant death is done before her, before she actually deals damage, she cannot loop, which is a shame, because if she did the damage first and then instantly killed, that would allow her to loop. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way, the full arts chain, just to help her charge it. if you instantly kill someone with a break bar, it just removes the break bar. It doesn't get through all of them, so you can't cheese a boss, sadly. Nice, it instantly killed them to take the gauge, but she still dealt damage to them because, well... Here we are. They're all stunned too, so only one of them can act. Let's give her an extra buff just to make sure she goes past in case these guys don't die, they'll have something going. Alright, we'll have Mash do it this way, so that if anyone survives, Mash should be able to finish up with a crit. But I don't think they'll survive. They all seem particularly vulnerable to instant death, so that Nitto can solo. Yep, there we are. Nitto comes through. Didn't even need to break out Ellie-chan. Although it's a shame we didn't need to bring out Kichi, but I guess it's nice to have her on the team, just to have her. What is this? What just happened? What happened is you just lost, Demon God. I've rid the ruins of all the dead spirits gathered here. You no longer have a single pawn to command. His scythe. I said, what just happened? Nitocris. One move and I'll split her head and toe with my scythe. So fast, he grabbed me before I even had time to blink. Now answer me, woman, what happened here? How'd you do it? You mean I returned your familiars to Earth? I used my own dead spirits to banish. No, the soldiers you commanded. You were treating those pale ghosts as though they were own subjects, weren't you? Those ghosts were long dead, dreams they had vanished with their souls. And you're gonna tell me what? That you remember each and every one of their names? What? Answer me, do you actually bother remembering them all? Do you recall the dead people's names and deeds every time we call upon them? Of course I do. Those ghosts were all loyal subjects of the Pharaoh. Even if they are no longer with us, I honor their names and deeds. A Pharaoh who reigned as briefly as I did is only able to exist as a heroic spirit because I share their pain. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. I want to tear my own skin off. I can't take it any longer. This is the worst day, ruined by the worst woman. And what even are those ridiculous rabbit ears? They make every hair on my body stand on end. I'm going back to Yaoki for a healing bath. That spring, the source of night, should at least rid me of these awful chills. I'm not sure what he was talking about, but I get the feeling that was very insolent indeed. Anyway, I didn't manage to land a hit on him. But does this mean we've managed to drive him away? Well, I guess... Hey, a default victory. We take those. Indeed, victory's yours. I live to see another day. Thank you very much. Nitocris, you did what no one else has ever done before. You defeated Camazotz and drove him off. I have no doubts there's going to be a grand festival in Chichen Itza. You should return there with your head held high. A festival, huh? Wait, what? This explains why why all of our summoned servants were tied to the underworld in some way. Even King Protea was one of her... She has components tied to the underworld, I think. I'd have to check. There's a whole laundry list of goddesses that were used to create her... Wow, you're right, Tepu. This is quite a party. Spectacular work, Nitocris. No other warrior has ever managed to drive Camazotz away. The Dinos will never forget what you've done. From now on, when they encounter a problem, they'll say Nitocris didn't give up when they drove off and that annoying bat. What would Nitocris do? Insolence. Huh? Still not standing alone on the altar and not grasping the situation. Party's still going by the sound of it. I can still hear the Dinos all the way out here. This is not how I imagined today would go, but at least Chaldea is super popular with the Dinos now. Starting tomorrow, we should be able to focus on repairing the border again. Before that, yeah, we were... I imagine a handful of could have possibly countered what Camazotz did, but only so many would have been able to drive him off, because I'm guessing the fact that she cared enough to remember each and every one, and it made him, maybe... Well, he's evil, so maybe he just can't comprehend how someone would care that much. Or perhaps he was hoping to find some sort of major weakness to prove, yeah, she's no better than me or something. Yes, we need to continue our discussion from earlier. It seems that the last cryptor, David, has a plan of his own entirely separate from the foreign gods. He means to use RT, wherever it is in this Lostbelt, to destroy the planet. So our top priority now, ahead of tracking down ORT, is to stop David's plan, or cutting down the trees to stop David's plan. Of course, we've not yet been able to detect the Tree of Emptiness, much less locate it. We can do little in the way of planning to cut it down. Yeah, between crashing, getting taken prisoner, and the surprise cultural exchange, the zombie attack, I've honestly never even given thought to searching the Tree of Emptiness. How about you two? Have you seen anything that looked like it might be a Tree of Emptiness? No, it's chock full of mysteries. I agree with Senpai. The surface is completely devastated while this underground world teems with life. I think, if I understood Mictlan's structure, we'd have no trouble figuring out where the Tree of Emptiness is, but... Hey, you all overthinking this. Things like the Tree of Emptiness are always in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of their world. So it seems clear to me we'll find the Tree of Emptiness at the southernmost, the 9th bottommost stratum, thinking vertically. And that means once the storm bores back up, we can fly right to it. So for now, let's just be patient. Give our technical advisor a sign time to finish repairs while we kick back and relax with our air-conditioned rooms. You know, I can't help but notice we've never asked who the fourth and final servant we summoned is, because we know first was Nidocris, the second was King Protea, the third was Benienma. I guess it could have been King Hassan since he did help us during that fight against her, which is interesting since that was a question mark there. I thought it was maybe someone else. I thought maybe it was Olga or something, but no, it was him out of nowhere. But nobody even but neither the cutscene before nor the cutscene after acknowledged him, and in fact, it's entirely possible for you to finish that boss fight without him ever having spawned. So it's possible he's intentionally keeping a low profile, but helping us from the shadows. He does have ties to the underworld, after all. Not happening, Gordolf. You forget about the poor what happened in Mexico City. If we don't do something soon, we won't be able to stop the future ORT wakes up, and we have no idea how long it'll be until that happens. So the best thing to do is stop Cat and Daybet's plan before they can wake it up. Right, that slipped my mind, but the future they saw was already set, no? Will stopping their plan change that? Of course, if we do nothing, the future they saw will be set, but right now, we're still at a crossroads. Should ORT wake, we'll no longer be able to alter the future that Tezcat showed us. However, if we can stop it from waking, the future's in our hands. Yeah, and that's why we needed all the information we can get. Who exactly is Daybet? How is he planning to wake ORT? From that matter, what exactly even is ORT? We still haven't detected it in Mictlan, so right now, we can't even say whether it's asleep or dead. Without information, we can't really formulate a plan, as much as I wish otherwise. Unfortunately, we don't have any way of finding more information. Neither the Dinos nor King of Dinosaurs have any knowledge of things outside Chichen Itza. Maybe we could infiltrate Mexico City and ask Daybet? Nah, it's a dumb idea. Even if we got in and found him, he'd sooner die than tell us anything. What should we do then? It's been less than a year since Daybet came to the Lostbelt, and the same as for the other cryptors. Alright, so yeah, it's less than a year, so it is still technically 2019 as of the proper time. How did someone so opposed to humanity summon Tezcat? Where exactly are ORT and the Tree of Emptiness? If only we could talk to someone who had answers to any of these. Of course, we could never be so lucky as there's someone around who has knowledge we need. Oh, is that all you need? Because I'm pretty sure you can find the Dinos that knows what the cryptor's been doing since his arrival. They're at Metsticlon. Well, that's it. I should have known. Kukulkan, when did you get here? Oh, sorry. The Dinos have been pestering me for more of your stories, so I came here to fetch the Master. But your conversation was so interesting, I couldn't help but listening, yes? I see, so we didn't even notice you. So what's this Mictlan place? You know, I can't help but notice that Kukulkan has a bit of a similar demeanor to Quetzalcoatl. Technically speaking, this is supposed to be an Aztec pantheon, not Mayan, but we already have Kamazots, so... well, no, Quetzalcoatl is Aztec, but we could have some more Mayans as well, because there's a couple Mayans the ones I was wondering if would show up here. But yeah, Quetzalcoatl is definitely one that people were hoping would show up here. Especially since, well, honestly, even from the fact... Oops. Not yet. Don't worry, we're not over yet. Crap. But yeah, even when it was... yeah. Even when Lostbelt dropped and people... Even before the Lostbelt dropped, it was pretty known it was going to be Central America themed because it has the Mesoamerican pyramid in the artwork. In fact, after beating Trom, we even saw that last time. So yeah, even in the Japanese server, we knew it was going... Everyone knew it was going to be a Central American one. That's why a lot of people were hoping for Quetz, or maybe a new alt for Quetz. Who knows? And... yeah, our world's Aztec. It's part of the name of the 13th heavens, the bottommost domain where the moon moved. I'm sorry we didn't notice you. What's this place? From what you've been saying, I gather some kind of moon-like facility overlooking it? That's right. Unlike the bastard of the sunglasses, I don't know much about the future causality or many complicated topics, but I do want to help you, so I decided to skip the council meeting, come here to talk. If you don't know the answer to the question, ask someone who does. There's a very knowledgeable Dinos who's good at answering that in the observatory. So there's someone up there with even greater knowledge than you. That is, who in the world is this person? Are they part of the teaching of the sun like you? Good question. The circumstances of our births are pretty similar. If you think of me as Mictlan's new son, she's Mictlan's new land. She can never leave the place where she was born. And that place is the last destination humankind can reach on their own power, the observatory built in the 7th stratum. It's known as Mictlan, the terminal observatory, and the home of Princess Sukwik, the stargazer known as Archetype Earth. She's a duplicate of the planet's soul. She has existed ever since Mictlan first came into being. Ah, so Arcwood isn't just a crossover fan service edition. She's actually part of the story. Neat, so it's kind of like how Castoria was the anniversary servant before she actually showed up in Lostbelt 6. Although, granted, Lostbelt 6 did change did change a lot about Castoria's story. Hence why the playable version one has some voice lines about having met Foe, while the one in the, well, it's impossible for that to have happened in Lostbelt 6, given we know what happens there. Almost like the Chaldea of Mictlan. Thank you, Kukulkan. I wasn't expecting a lifeline, but you've truly proven to be our savior. Alright, everyone, you've heard the goddess. We're beginning a new operation. All of us, time to head to... Nuka's over there, having the time of her life. Prepare to leave to the 7th stratum. And could I ask you to accompany them too, Kukulkan? Da Vinci will only be there to handle data. You're the strongest fighter by far, and we'd be very grateful if you'd be willing to help. Of course, yay, thanks, Doctor. Now I have the perfect excuse to cancel my annoying council meeting. I can't wait to turn out a request for aid, after all. Scion and I will stay here to focus on repairing border. Koya and Sky are on guard duty. Well, you, Kadok, you'll be helpful no matter which group you go with. So you should go anywhere you think you can do the most good. Okay, I'll stay with the border too, but I can't help with repairs. I'm gonna go to Clock Tower files since they might have something on Daybit. Good idea, I'll do the same. The Clock Tower files are heavily encrypted though, so we'll need to decrypt them one at a time. I can help with that, though I'll have to be in my time between repair tasks. Alright, then settled. Let's get to work, everyone. Oh, but not right this second. The Master and Firelight still need to rest. You both have a responsibility in the 7 hours of sleep and 2 hours of relaxation. You'll be departing tomorrow morning. Until then, take some time to enjoy Chichen Itza nightlife if you wish. Won't you spend the night in Chichen Itza too, Commander? Good point. A chance like this doesn't come out every day. I'll think of it as a vacation in the near rainforest. No, wait, no. You can't fool me. I'm not just gonna be mistaken for a giant Zoctoball the moment I set foot outside and passed around like Dinos by Dinos till somehow I won't end up somewhere until I end up somewhere I can't even imagine. But first we should probably rescue Nidocris from the shrine. And since the Dinos want to hear more Lostbelt, we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We've got a long journey ahead of us, so it might be our last chance to talk with them. Make sure to tell them as much as you can. Well, and that's the story of the Chinese Lostbelt. Wow, world of all vassals and just 1 human. Man, that's efficient, really efficient. Vassals do the heavy labor, keep the world running, and provide the king with culture. The king evaluates it all, becomes a primary figure to make further adjustments. Technological advancements could never take a wrong turn in a world like that. The other Lost Belt worlds are pretty astonishing too, but in terms of competition, the Lost Belt sounds like it's right at the top. I know what you mean. No one in the society ever had to feel unnecessary suffering or want they could never have. Complete, yes, I'd say it is, but the level of species, maintaining the status quo is effectively regression. No matter how stable a world species lives in, if that species never changes, it'll be a matter of time before others surpass them, causing them to degrade. But QSH person managed all the changes himself, so as long as they never made a mistake, they would have been powerful indeed. And they did not in fact make mistakes, which is why their empire became eternal. Alright, Qin Shi Huang is transcended beyond a lot of things, that's for sure. They did not in fact make mistakes, become eternal. It's just too bad the lifespan is limited, not necessarily physically, since they did acquire an immortal body, but mentally. It almost sounds like the Great Wall they built enclosed their mind as well as their nation. That part I honestly couldn't understand. Why would a human of that caliber stop trying to grow territory? Isn't that why they became emperor, to grow the domain? That's a good question. Maybe expanding to outer space wasn't worth the cost it would have taken. Then again, efficiency wasn't exactly QSH's specialty. They mostly just cared about whether something worked or not. Maybe want to test how far they could evolve. I'd say it was probably a combination of space travel not seeming worth it and interest in pursuing their own evolution. QSH was the ultimate human in the very real sense. Their ideology was sophistic, yes, but that was because they believed themselves to be the pinnacle of humanity. Yeah, they even transcended beyond the concept of gender itself, hence why if you summon QSH, they only ever speak with the royal we. And even the Valentine's event classifies them in the other gender category. Basically, for girls, you receive chocolates, for boys, you give them, and other ones get to do both. And QSH is in the both category. And since they're so strong in both mind and body, they probably never needed to compare themselves to others. Same ideal Kishtaria tried to bring about. QSH loved their subjects and strove to advance humans as possible. They were a perfected person, a Zenrin. But unfortunately, there was no one else in that world that could stand as their peer, which ended up leaving them as the only human there was. They're really, really hard-headed. That sounds like Teppu. He never lets anything stop him, even when he's all alone. Oh wow, those Lostbelts are amazing. We could never try to keep surviving after an extinction. And none of us care about having species flourish or evolve further. Really? Surely you guys don't want to go extinct either, right? Well, we do try to avoid death, but that's not the thing as trying to avoid extinction. That would require us to a way of looking at things that very focused on us specifically. We live for something bigger than ourselves. That said, no Dinos can put into words exactly what that bigger thing is, but you taught us a world is a Lost Belt, a world to be pruned away. We're grateful to you for that. We're not envious of any of the other Lost Belts or proper human history, because we know we're already a complete and perfected world. Yeah, we love Mictlan. We're grateful to Lady Kokol Khan. But you know, I do wonder if our Lost Belt's as meaningful world as the others. I hope so. I'm sure it is. At the end, that's one of those eye in the beholder's things. So there's really no specific requirements. If you say it's worth it, then it would be worth it, I'd say. I need to grab one sip of my drink, and we'll get into this. Alrighty, I'm all out of water. This is the last part of Section 12, and last arrow of Section 12, and I'm getting tired, so, let's hope this ends on a pretty good cliffhanger. I think after this I might maybe I'll go back to Age of Wonders for a bit, though. Don't worry, I'll get back to this in a couple days or so, but yeah, there's a lot I want to do in the month of January. There's just so much to do in so little time. There you are, Wakchan. I've been looking for you. You feeling like your old self yet? It's no use. Nothing I do works. I don't want to do anything at all until the sun disappears forever. Your brainwave aside, you seem like you're still in peak physical condition, so let me give you this message. The Chaldeans will be heading to the 7th Stratum at daybreak. If you'd be willing to go with them as their porter, it'd be a tremendous help. Whoa, the 7th Stratum, that's amazing. That's practically a stone's throw from the dreaded land. Even I've only been there once. My dad took me when I was a kid, and I don't remember seeing the stars there. Sounds like fun. I guess all those guys will go anywhere as long as they have a goal. Olga's gonna be there too, right? I don't know what to say to her. No, I should have said something to cheer her up instead of just disappearing, but Wakchan, Olga is no longer in Chichen Itza. She and the Chaldeans have gone their separate ways. I doubt she will ever return. How'd that happen? I thought they were friends. Do you know Teppu? This would seem like a good time to explain. I can only guess based on the information I've been able to piece together, but I think Olga was meant to be their enemy, the Chaldeans' enemy. No, not that. She may be the greatest threat to Dinos. You've heard the stories of proper human history in the Lostbelt, right? And you know the world outside ours, the civilization of Earth, was erased by bleached Earth phenomenon, correct? Well, that didn't just erase civilization, it scoured every living thing from the planet. Being responsible for it is the foreign god, an alien that wiped out 7 billion humans all on her own. And Olga Marie is that foreign god. At least so I believe. There's a few points that don't quite add up, so I can't be entirely certain. But all that aside, yeah, that's pretty much what the player base has concluded about the situation as well. Whether by coincidence or miracle, we were able to speak and travel with her, but that was no more than a dream bound to end sooner or later. Quite frankly, our journeying with her was probably a mistake. You're kidding me. Please try to calm down, Lord Vakob. The king may not be here right now, but we're still in the presence of the Solar Siorn. Priest Dinos, if you flap your wings too loudly... Shut up, how are you not bothered by this? How long are these fools gonna fall over themselves falling over damned outsiders? Even King of Dinosaurs is going along with it. Have they no reverence for the holy Zocta Shrine? That shrine's meant to be where we give thanks to the Sun Cycle, not to celebrate outsiders. How many times are they gonna make the same mistake before they get the thick skulls? What has good culture ever brought us? That damn crypto's knowledge has been nothing but poison. The inclusion of language has only created disparities between dinos, and the Occlame have been growing stronger at an alarming rate. The only reason you cretins aren't worried is because you don't know how far Mexico City has come. If there were other winged dinos besides me, they'd tell you as I have how terrifying that city truly is. Oh, please calm down, Priest Vakob. The other priests will come by if you make too much noise. No, they won't. They're all down at the shrine making fools of themselves with the story of Camazot's defeat. They have no sense of urgency, no concerns of impending danger, and why is that? Is it because you cretins never had natural predators, because you never knew how terrifying it is to be the only one of your kind? We must find a way to wipe out the Occlame. We ignore Mexico City's growing power at our own peril. Dinos will rule Mictlan. It's time we started thinking that way. And yet Kukulkan has left the Occlame to do whatever they please. Next you know, she brought back a human child to name him the King of Dinos. The Dinos. And then when we thought she'd gone off to the Mexico City from a distance, she comes back dressed like one. This happened recently. Proper human history's knowledge has tarnished Mictlan and our son. In fact, that woman has become far too welcoming ever since she learned of this god concept. You mustn't say such things. Please, at least refrain from putting such thoughts into words. Oh, shut up. This isn't my fault. It's the fault of the king and the god who made me think this in the first place. Who do you think I am? I'm a rare pterosaur, the only kind of dinos blessed to be chosen by the skies. It should be me standing at the top of the Dino Society. Oh, I see. I was gonna say, this seems like it's trying to recreate... We're gonna be recreating the fall of the Aztec and Mesoamerican Empire, but yeah, it seems... well, maybe it still is. But Cub does seem to fully intend to take power for himself, which explains... So I guess I might not have been too far off when I suggested that maybe the King of Dinos was just a non-existent figurehead and he was just speaking for them because it was actually him. Despair, repugnant King of Dinosaurs, despair, useless Kukulkan. That crypto showing up could change our entire culture that proves we never had a culture of our own to begin with. You're exactly right, Lord Vokub. No one loves Mictlan more than you. You're the perfect Dinos to lead us all. Alright, move ahead with the plan we discussed. Tell Iskali I will agree to a second meeting in secret. A plan to steal his son. It's bold, I'll give him that. But it's at least worth hearing what he had to say. I certainly can't think of a better pretext. Fine, if we'll really save our dying son, he can have Chichen Itza. Alright, so yeah, he is being Montezuma. Although Montezuma actually was a king at the time. Rather than a figurehead, for one. The third underworld. We've got a lot more underworlds to go. We've only been through 5 stratums in total. We need to go through 7, and there's 9. So no matter what, we're gonna be... I'm pretty sure there's no way we're not going to be progressing through all of them before this all ends. But where shall I go? This seems like a good cliffhanger. So... I hope you all enjoyed. Until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.